We are not just Kenyan here.
The Earthlings are playing football again, and one of them drank a Red Bull.
Well, Red Bull gives you. All right. Thank you for that. You may have a seat. I noticed most of you are actually biting your tongue, so please work hard next time and know the East African anthem. So, welcome to this meeting. Just to start off, maybe I think we'll do, I want us to know each other. Just a very brief stand up, introduce yourself, which organization and which country as we move on. Then we'll be able to, I'll now be able to introduce the objectives of the meeting after that happens. So I will start from where? I will start from this. Let me start to my right as we go like that. So please.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mugambwa Owen Paul Dogoto, and I work with the Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, in short, Siatini, Uganda, and I work as a Program Associate Trade and Investment for Sustainable Development. I'm from Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bernard Obuge. I work for KESAF Kenya, Kenya Small Scale Farmers Forum, an affiliate of ESAF, which is a regional body dealing with small scale holders in the region. I'm the Secretary General of the KESAF Kenya. I'm from Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Goreti Okoth. I'm from Kenya. I work as a consultant with Longview Group, dealing with matters on climate policy and the carbon markets, and I'm really looking forward to insightful conversations. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Julie. I'm from the Norwegian Embassy. I'm a trainee there, and I'm from Norway.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janet Ndiki from the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, that is BIBA Kenya, so from Kenya.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Moses Moshiri Mwangi. I'm an economist. I work under the Trade and Development Program at the Institute of Economic Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Kemegi Shamas is my name from the National Union of Coffee Agribusinesses and Farm Enterprises, in short, New Cafe. Glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alfred Bachusa. I work with Uganda Cultural Development Foundation as the CEO. In short, it's called Bukadef. I think it is the largest organization in Uganda that manages the biggest region with approximately over 45 districts in terms of agriculture, development, and agro-financing and climate smart. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janet Gombalu. I'm with Christian Aid. I'm from Kenya. Thank you.
Okay. Morning, everyone. I'm Jane Kinya, representing African Biodiversity Network, in short, ABN. We are based in Kenya. We are a regional organization, but the secretariat is in Kenya. Welcome to Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Justin Shirima. I come from Tanzania. Work with Tanganyika Farmers Association as a CEO.
Good morning. I'm John Mutua. I come from Inlands Formation, Kenya. It's based in Machakos from Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Peter Mtenda. I'm working with Tanzania Federation of Cooperatives. I'm from Tanzania.
Habari za asubuhi. My name is Olivia Costa. I work for Tanzania Trade and Investment Coalition, in short, TATEC.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Wachendo. I work under the International Trade and Development Program at the Institute of Economic Affairs, and my word of the day is trade liberalization. Don't be afraid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Françoise Omukiza. I'm a member of parliament at the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA in short. I've been a member of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources since 2018, January. I served for 5 years as a member. Later on, I joined EALA 5. I chaired the same committee for 2.5 years. I'm the outgoing chair, committed, dedicated to support agriculture, to support tourism, natural resources, especially women farmers. I'm also a member of the steering committee, International Steering Committee, on the International Year of the Woman Farmer that is being celebrated starting from now onward, 2026. I'm a member of ASPAN. ASPAN is African Food System Parliamentary Network, and I'm glad to have been invited by Econews through our MC. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me. Siatini also for your support throughout. We've been working together in the past as the chair, but also as friends. I appreciate.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Francine Rutazana, a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, representing the Republic of Rwanda. I'm serving one of the committees of the Assembly, the Committee on Trade, Communication and Investment. And on that capacity, I'm here to listen and to learn from the dialogue and know how to go forward with the committee at the regional level. Thank you for inviting me in this platform. Siatini, thank you very much.
Habari zenyu. Good morning. I'm Grace Wangoi from Green Army Environment Department. Here to learn and to work.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Muhire Rubango. I'm from Rwanda. I work with the National Cooperatives Confederation of Rwanda, which is the apex organization for cooperative societies in the country. I'm glad to be here and I hope to learn a lot and share farmers' perspectives.
Good morning. Greetings to you all. My name is Reverend Taurai Emmanuel Maforo from Zimbabwe. I'm here representing the Zimbabwe Council of Churches, which is a Christian body that represents 31 denominations in Zimbabwe. And also he has been doing a lot of work in terms of regional integration, trade, and I'm an economic justice champion for the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. I'm here to learn, to share experiences, and also to chart a way forward together with others. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Wairemo from here, Kenya, and I'm here representing Transform Trade. So I work with Transform Trade. We work with producers in East Africa region to support them to fight for a fairer trade system. Thank you, Seatini, for inviting us to this platform.
Good morning. I'm Daniel Maingi from Growth Partners Africa. We are working on a lot of issues to do with agroecology in Kenya with the counties. And we are looking also at highly hazardous pesticides and the double speak that is coming from Europe to the rest of Africa.
Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. My name is Lillian Alex. I work with the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum, an umbrella body for civil society in the East African region. I'm happy to be here. Thanks, Yatini and Echo News for having us here. I believe we are being raised awareness about what is happening, and hopefully we can forge advocacy strategies with Yala. I'm glad that we have Yala in the room as well. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Herbert Kafero. I work with Siatini, and I'm glad to be here. I come from Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jane Narunga. I'm the Executive Director of Siatini Uganda, and I'm so happy to see all of you here.
Are we finished? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Regina Kabasomi from Uganda, and I'll be a rapporteur for the policy dialogue. I look forward to hearing from all of you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tony Kasilia from Uganda. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mas Samuel. I work with Siatin Uganda under Communication and IT Department.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandra Otieno. I work for Econews Africa as the Advocacy and Communications Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is James Ketter. I work with ActionAid. Glad to be here.
Good morning to you all. I'm Catherine Nakawesa and I work with Siatini Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mbambu Eres. I work with Siatini Uganda. I'm glad to be here.
Are we done? Good morning, everyone. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Edgar Odari, and I work with Econis Africa. and you're most welcome to this discussion. So before I welcome Ambassador Joshua Mugodo to give the opening remarks, I wanted to basically give a bit of a background. Yeah, we are basically discussing EU sustainability directives and what they mean for the continent in terms of agriculture. Now, for those of you interacted with them, you've heard of the EU directive on deforestation, EUDR. I'm sure you've heard of CS3D, the sustainability directive, due diligence directive, So there are all these policies that are contained out of the EU package on sustainability. But I think to be able to appreciate where that comes from, we need to have a bit of background in terms of where that was done. So I'm going to play you scenarios that were done by the World Economic Forum in 2013. They basically did an analysis from 2010 to 2013, an analysis of the future of mining and metals trade up to 2030. And then out of that, then we'll be able to see what comes out of there. So Brian, if you're able to play that video, please. Okay, fine. So in that case then, please, let me see. Ambassador Mugodo, are you able to join us? Hello, Ambassador Mugodo. You're having technology challenges here. So I think, let me, just a minute.
How will the global mining and metal sector look in 2030? The scenarios you're about to see emerge from a year of workshops and interviews with over 200 leaders from the private sector, government, academia, and international and non-governmental organizations. Participants began by identifying the key drivers that would shape the sector's operating environment by 2030. Some drivers are relatively predictable: population growth, industrialization, urbanization, and the challenge of meeting demand for some commodities. Others are highly uncertain. These were prioritized and categorized under 4 headings: the geo-economic landscape, the geopolitical landscape, the economic outlook, and the environmental outlook. The geo-economic landscape. Will Asia dominate? Or will power be spread across regions? Will cross-border flows be more open or closed? Will markets be free or controlled? The geopolitical landscape. Will it be stable or unstable? Will there be ideological convergence or divergence between regions? The economic outlook. Will volatility be of a more predictably cyclical kind or more extreme and unpredictable? Will average global GDP grow rapidly or stagnate? The environmental outlook. Will the response to climate change be decisive and ambitious, or reactive and incremental? Many combinations of answers are possible. 3 were prioritized by participants to form scenario stories based on their relevance, their divergence, and their capacity to challenge thinking. In Green Trade Alliance, slow economic recovery and persistent unemployment prompts EU leaders to adopt a new green growth strategy and a GDP plus metric, incorporating social and environmental measures. In 2016, the European Union reaches out to the United States of America to create the Green Trade Alliance, Its motto, environmental sustainability without compromising competitiveness. On the Green Trade Alliance, including some industrialized, resource-rich, and developing countries, uses environmental standards to justify imposing protectionist measures, which shifts trade patterns and reverses globalization. As the World Trade Organization falls into disuse, a new, sustainable trade organization facilitates and enforces Green Trade Alliance agreements. Countries outside the alliance operate independently according to their own standards. As the Green Trade Alliance rules stimulate radical change in consumer behaviors, resource use patterns, and technological innovations, countries are increasingly defined by whether or not they belong to the GTA. By 2030, non-GTA countries' initial stronger growth is challenged by water and energy constraints, while the growth of green states is steady and sustainably based. In rebased globalism, the world is committed to realizing the benefits of interconnectedness, but globalism becomes far more complex and multipolar. The liberalized economies of China, India, Russia, and Brazil forge ahead, so they account for the majority of the top 10 global mining companies. But 2030's rebased globalism also reflects two other major power shifts. First, economic power is no longer held only by strong demand markets, but also by countries with control over strategically important resources. They emerge from spheres of influence and play by their own rules. With more voices at the table, global collaboration becomes cumbersome, and agreements are often possible only amongst smaller groups. Second, the local communities become more agile and sophisticated in harnessing technology to communicate and mobilize, both locally and globally. Public pressure leads some resource-rich countries to capture more social value through processing and manufacturing, or introducing national development taxes. Global investors and companies are held accountable for the local impact of operations, both morally and through tough local laws. Resource security, a growing sense emerges that future economic growth will depend on securing access to resources. Globalization breaks down amid a resurgence of nationalism, state intervention in markets, and protectionist barriers. In the quest for resource security, countries prioritize domestic use of resources. Cartels emerge around strategically important resources. Neocolonialism sees economic, political, or military power used to secure resources, and import substitution strategies make use of whatever resources are most readily available, regardless of their environmental impacts. As global growth slows, instability grows. The threat of coups, sovereign defaults, and nationalizations mean prices remain volatile and little capital is available for international investment. By 2030, the era of globalization is a distant memory. These scenarios exist to spur scenario thinking.
Now, these were the scenarios that were done by the World Economic Forum sometime in 2013. Green Trade Alliance, rebased globalism, and resource security. Quick question, which one is the most likely playing out today? Which scenario is playing out today? Anyway, question for pondering. You want to say something? Yes.
Yeah, okay. For me, I think I see two possibilities. The possibility of civil society, academia, you know, what did they call it? The third or fourth estate, using technology to actually connect across the world. It's very possible. Whether that translates into real decision, impactful, influential decision making, I don't know. But then also the other scenario, I think the last one where you had
resource security.
Resource security, and then the demand side, they're still very powerful, but the guys with resources also grow in influence. I think that seems very, very likely.
Anyway, something to ponder. Now, I want to bring us to the objectives that we are discussing today. Then I'm hoping Ambassador Mugodo will now be able to come in and just give comments. So the specific objective for this dialogue, number one, we are going to interrogate the implications of the EU trade policies and regulations on sustainable and inclusive agricultural trade in Africa. Number two, we are going to create a platform to co-develop actionable policy recommendations that support inclusive, sustainable, and equitable trade relations between Africa and the European Union. And number three, we are going to strengthen stakeholder collaboration and strategic advocacy efforts to ensure Africa's voice and interests are meaningfully reflected in the development, implementation, and reform of EU trade-related regulations and frameworks. Now, I'm hoping out of this then we'll have enhanced stakeholder awareness and understanding of the implications of the EU trade policies on sustainable and inclusive agricultural trade in Africa. Then out of this, we'll develop many other policy brief capturing key recommendations. Then, of course, we need to have regional collaborations to be able to bring stakeholders together. And I'm hoping we'll be able to have a communique out of this, as well as formation of regional stakeholder task force. Anyway, these are the things that we hope to do. We are basically going to interrogate the EU sustainability directives. And I'm hoping out of this process, then we'll be able to form collaborations that exist out of there. So if Ambassador Mugodo is ready, Brian, is he ready? Just to give opening remarks. He's not ready. Sorry, let me, so I'll welcome Ms. Jen Nalunga from Siatini, Uganda, to give her opening remarks as I try to trace the ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Edgar, for inviting me to make these remarks. I would also like to welcome all of you to this very, very important meeting. Maybe we appreciate the importance of this meeting as we go on. I would like to welcome all of you have come from the East African region, but also from the SADC region. We have our brothers and sisters from Zimbabwe, and we're also expecting some from Malawi and Zambia, because what we need is a regional approach to these issues. I would also like to welcome participants who are online. I'm not sure who exactly is there, but I know Dr. Christian, who will be making a presentation. He's already online. I will stand on the protocol. I know I would like to welcome our EALA honorable representatives. You are most welcome. And our we talk about protocol observed. That means everybody is included. In my opening remarks, this meeting is about reassessing the EU trade policies and their impact on Africa's agricultural trade. And I want to underscore the fact that we have a very long-standing trade relationship with the European Union. Most of our countries in Eastern and Southern Africa were colonized by one of the European countries. So we have had that very long trading relationship. Even after we got independence, that relationship has continued. Some of you remember the Lomé Convention. We have been signing treaties and initiatives and agreements, trade agreements with the European Union. Under Lomé, then went into Cotonou Agreement, then post-Cotonou. There have been initiatives like the Everything But Arms, whereas LDCs, we take everything apart from ammunitions. We have been negotiating for a long time the economic partnership agreements. And now we have the directives. So when we are looking at the directives, we need to have that background, where we are and where we are coming from. Today, we want to look at the directives, the sustainability directives. We are going to concentrate on the EUDR, the EU Deforestation Directive, but there are also other directives, the Corporate Social Responsibility Directive is also there. There is also the CBAM, a tax on carbon. So there are many directives, and we want to see what do they mean to our agricultural trade. And agriculture is really important to our countries. It's our cash cow. We can talk about mining. You saw the scenarios. They are minerals, they are mining, but agriculture is our cash cow. And EU is one of our major trading partners. I can give an example. For Uganda, coffee is our major export product, but we export more than 60% of our coffee to the European Union. So the EUDR, you can see the implication of the EUDR on our economy. Compliance to these directives is going to be a problem, and it's already a problem because, for example, the EUDR, the deadline is 25 December. We have to be compliant. And it has had a challenge across the entire value chain, but mainly for the small-scale producers. All our countries, we depend on small-scale producers, isn't it? We might have Kenya, maybe Kenya has a number of big plantations, but in most of our countries, we have small-scale producers, and the impact is really great. I have seen governments, I have seen all value chain actors panicking. What's going to happen come 2025, to our economies? And again, the impact should not be looked at in isolation. We need also to look at the context within these directives are being imposed. There's a lot of tension in the trade terrain. We all know the tariffs, the way the president of the US is imposing tariffs on us, the tension is already there. We have also seen a reduction in aid, isn't it? Aid is going down, loans are going up, we are indebted. Yet we have to mobilize resources domestically. And you can't mobilize resources when the economy is struggling. And EUDR, our economies are going to struggle, So we need to link up, to make all these interlinkages, and we need to understand that environment. What I also want to point out clearly that we are not against all the sustainability directives, really. We are not against addressing climate issues and the climate crisis, because the EUDR is about addressing the climate. Because we know as Africa, we live near the nature, isn't it? Because when we wait for the rains to come, There are people who, even when they are greeting, is it raining back home? So we live nearer nature and we know the impact. We are living the impact of the climate crisis. So we are not against the EU deforestation. We want to underscore that. But what we are saying is that when you look at our trade relationship with the EU, we have been sitting on table negotiating, but this time, these are unilateral measures. They told us by this time, you have to have traceability, you have to do this, you have to do that. And we are saying, it's a break from where we are coming from. We are saying, let it be a discussion, not a unilateral measure. So, because it's really undermining the principle of inclusivity in global trade governance, because we are all of us, we are in it together globally, because climate is a global good. But we need to understand, as Edgar has pointed out, the objective of this dialogue is to understand, to appreciate these directives. What does it mean? We might look at just one directive, but like I have said, there are others. And we can be able to strategize and agree on how to address all the other directives. There are many directives under the EU Green Deal. So we need to understand the impact, and we need to lay strategies on how to position ourselves. The saying is forewarned, forward, forearmed. So we need to do that. So I would like lastly to say that for us, the organizers of this meeting, EcoNews and Siatini, under the East African Trade Network, we believe that sustainability should be holistic. When we talk about sustainability, it should not be just environmental sustainability. We are looking at environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and economic sustainability. It has to be holistic. And this is the message which we want to send to the EU. So these are some of the issues I think which we should discuss. But my hope really is that by the end of this conversation, we would have understood or appreciated what these regulations are, their implication, but most importantly, how we can be able to mobilize ourselves to continue the discussion, to continue especially with our governments, with our policymakers, to be able to see how we can be able to address these issues, and also to limit the impact on the small scale producers who are the most vulnerable in the entire value chain. So I wish us, all of us, great deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Jen. So we are going to go and invite Ambassador Mugodo. I don't know if he's online now. Okay, so Ambassador Mugodo, please come on and share your remarks. Ambassador Mugodo, has he communicated?
Thank you very much. You getting me, Director?
Sorry, we can hear you, Ambassador Mugodo. Just a brief background. Ambassador Mugodo is a board member for EcoNews Africa, so you can proceed.
Thanks very much, Director. First and foremost, thank EcoNews Africa together with the team for organizing these very important consultations. I am very delighted to be participating in this. Just by saying that I was very fortunate to have been right just the last 20 years. And I'm very fortunate that we focus on most important topic in Brussels, also one of the same economic affairs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Let me start by saying that we are taking notion in as far as the relationship between Africa and EU in this concern. And I want voice to ask, sorry, I just want to minutes to not my opening class because I still remember well with it. But the reason was the relationship between EU in as far as the yeah, Spain was cooperation with the EU in the field of commodities. In this case, we have a chance to develop countries, especially in the area of sugar, meat, not others. For the technical implication of the amount of supplies that could be exported to the EU. And some countries took advantage of that to really improve their economies. Development cooperation, you could negotiate with the EU with market systems, significant fund resources. We can have just one of the summary 2000 when it came over partnership. I think that's very good because you need to really work cooperating in the next 3 years that happened. There was more than one side decision making. The EU would decide what kind of quantity give us in the commodities or decide on the unilateral measures to check against preferential market access to the EU market. Or we would even also decide on how much money and the predictability of those resources, how much it would be unpredictable to get the European Union resources. When we signed the Cotonou Agreement, it became more of a partnership. And therefore, we were expecting, how we expected that most of the decision making would concentrate. Once that the implementation of the Cotonou Partnership Agreement, really, we have seen the level it was introduced from the political dialogue. It was indicated. What the previous speaker said, because I happen to be part of the negotiator of the Sustainable Development Goals. And it was very clear that sustainability was properly defined. It was defined by considering the three pillars of sustainable development, and that is social, economic, and environment. I want to speak that we lost a very important institution, namely the Commission on Sustainable Development, which was a secretariat of the secretariat of the sector. The reason why we lost the Commission on Sustainable Development was because the was report to the Commission was the president on environmental questions. Very much about the social economic status. Then the other very important one was creating the question of sustainable development. So this meant we had this environment, and we know the that the EU would want to put the more on the next form is which is not crucial, as we all know. Many remarks. I'm in Brussels, and I can see on the program that some of my colleagues will be making presentations from Mr. Israel. in terms of basis to be the cost. We used to be we not give protection the member states of Africa and they increase the because just by opening the verse, saying that okay, we have moved together from 1975. When we negotiated with we are still moving together as ACP members in interest, but it's to the interest of the interest of interest to Africa. We have negotiated our package with the EU. And so we took on and continued to follow the African negotiations. The EU took the negotiations and the citizen negotiations. So we discussed what we think is of common interest, the important. The Philippines would know the same we don't, but the remain is stake. Chairman. Coordinator, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Mugodo, for those opening remarks. Now, I know you're struggling because you don't have the program. Someone was supposed to print them and they basically got stuck, but they're coming with it upstairs. Now, at this point, we were supposed to have the EU delegation in Kenya make a presentation on making EU trade policies work with African countries, with African agriculture, the challenges and prospects. But now they sent an apology this morning saying they could not be able to make because they had gotten other commitments. So because of that, we are going to skip the session on the EU delegation, the commentary they were supposed to have, and we are going to now come to Dr. Christian Habeli. Dr. Christian Habeli is going to make a presentation on understanding the emerging EU trade-related directives and policies, a way forward for third countries and their operators. So, Dr. Christian Habeli is a senior research fellow at the World Trade Institute at the University of Bern in Switzerland. And it's okay? Good. So, Dr. Christian Habeli, please welcome and make your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased, very honored to be allowed and invited to speak to you this morning. I'm sorry that the EU delegation is not because I was going to do a bit of EU bashing. I myself am a Swiss citizen, so I can do that easily. But I'd perhaps like to add that I've been living and working in African countries for almost 5 years in a row in different parts. And my first working visit was in Kenya in 1971, before some of you were born. So my presentation right now is going to be about understanding the emerging EU trade-related directives and policies, a way forward for third countries and operators. I'd like to structure my presentation in 3 parts. I will talk first of the EU Green Deal, secondly about the trade impact for third countries and operators, and finally share with you my ideas for a way forward for these third countries, especially Africa, and operators. Without giving advice to anybody, that's not my role, just to say what are the possibilities, legal and economic and political, available to you. So, starting with the Green Deal, maybe you have seen in the chat corner, I have put up a map of the European Green Deal. You will see a part of it only in this sketch. It's a big collection of over 50 regulations and directives. And the EU shoots faster than anyone can catch up with. And what you also should know is that these were adopted after long bilateral, trilateral negotiations between the Commission, the Council, and the Parliament, and of course with the member states. Just to give you one example on deforestation, which is a topic this morning. For deforestation, there are two countries in the EU which are the big producers of logs and timber, and that is Finland and Sweden. I'm told by a Finnish colleague of mine that it took them many years to negotiate the definition of deforestation. Imagine if they took such a long time within the EU to define that, and then they put this on the floor for everybody else to catch up with. This is clearly a unilateral measure, which then everybody else has to look at to see what it's impacting on them. First of all, let me say what is in this Green Deal regulation. It's an objective to be climate neutral by the year 2050. And in order to be climate neutral, they don't want to have products which are substandard. So they want to avoid two things. One is carbon leakage, and that is the measures are to be adopted, to be implemented as from next year, the CBAM. You have seen that already. And the other one is the EUDR, the deforestation regulation at the end of this year for the big companies, importers, and as of mid-26 for the SME importers. Yeah, these are, I call them collateral measures, which help the EU producers not to get too much competition of substandard products, what is called agro dumping, food dumping, whatever, eco dumping. Because the Green Deal measure, you have to see that, increases production costs in the EU. It reduces their competitivity against substandard imports. And that's why they have adopted these measures, which we are talking about today. So it's unilateral. It's not based on multiple standards. The standards are defined in Brussels. It's maybe or maybe not compatible with the WTO and EAP compatibility. This is something which we can talk about, whether it's WTO compliant or not, EAP compliant or not. I have reasons to believe that it is not. And what is also important, we don't have sustainable impact assessments of these measures for the impact on trade and on third countries. One article which we just produced in Maths together with Professor Bodo Steiner, who is not here today, is also to some of you. If you're interested, I can send it to you also. That's the first part. Second part, I'm now coming to the trade impact of these measures. And the trade impact, this is also clear, it is all along the food value chain. All along the food value chain from farm gate or before farm gate even, all the way to retailer and consumers in Europe or even in Africa. And this is something which is interesting because often we have in the WTO, we have in other agreements, we have what is called special and differentiated treatment, meaning for developing countries, we have different provisions and some financing and some trade facilitation, all that sort of thing. We do not have it. On the contrary, we have it in the EU. The EU has instituted in the Green Deal what is called Social Climate Fund, a new instrument which is available to the victims, to the ones who are first concerned by the climate regulations. And we don't have a trade facilitation either in this because there's no treaty on this. It's a unilateral measure. Trade facilitation is an obligation under WTO, which the EU has ratified. It's an agreement. It's an obligation under EPA, which the EU not so far recognized. And so we have the implementation, which is taking place mainly for importers to have an easier life, but not for the exporters from Africa, from South America and other countries. One important line for deforestation is the customs procedure, where your exporters when they reach the borders in Rotterdam, in other ports, will be entering what is called a green lane or not a green lane. And the EU mission in Nairobi, in Kampala, the EU mission will be has to play a key role in assessing whether your trade so-and-so and your country so-and-so for the product so-and-so can enter the green lane, meaning less controls, less inspections, faster entrance in the markets of your destination. This is a big role which the EU missions have so far not even started to address. And Jane remembers that when we went to Moshi, we saw the EU mission from Tanzania coming, and it's a total rubbish what we get from Brussels. We cannot live with that. We cannot implement this immense obligation we have. The same for the data requirements. We had a representative from Chibo, a coffee trader in Germany, who said that the data requirements are immense. We have to know how many children work on a cocoa tree in Ghana before Ghana becomes eligible for exports in the green lane, and maybe even prohibited if they have these different if they cannot fulfill the requirements of the EUDR. So this is only available, the data requirement collection is only available for very big companies operating from Ghana to Rotterdam. And this goes to the cocoa plantations all the way, as I said. And this is not proper, even in WTO terms, where we had the public forum last year, when we had those big companies telling us that the big companies, they can perhaps manage thousands, millions of data which are necessary for compliance, but SMEs, European SMEs, let alone African SMEs, there's no way they comply with this. So what we have as a result of this Green Deal, I'm sorry to say, but I hope somebody from the EU is listening. This is a fortress of green Europe, and it's a fortress only for the suppliers, for the exporters into Europe, because for the importer, it's easier as a consumer of African commodities. You have conflicts which you can also put in, and of course the ODA, the whole development assistance, is something which is to be put on the table in such negotiations. Okay, so the possibility to be proactive is there. You don't have to be proactive. You can wait for a violation ruling in Brussels, and you say, no, that's not compatible with WTO. I'll take you to court in Geneva or in the EPA. But you can also be proactive and develop your own African or national climate smart standards, like food labeling, for instance, for SMEs, for cooperatives, for organic production, for good coffee from Ethiopia. You know, they have all these labels, and that is finding maybe on the niche markets right now, but it's something which you can do without waiting for rulings from Brussels. You have this joint financing possibilities also. Jane says there's a lack of finance. It's very true. But what has been called debt for nature swaps is something which has not started very well, but which can be done, but better. Mind you, and please note, there is no free lunch. Money never comes for free, and ODA is gone, as we know, it's almost gone, for a big problem for many countries. I'm saluting Norway, which has not so far reduced its ODA like other countries, but Norway also suffers from the exit of the US and has lost millions already in money deposited in the US coffers for joint projects, which is a total scandal, but that's what we have now. So when you develop those standards, you can then tell the EU that you are equivalent, not identical, you're equivalent with EU objectives and with EU measures in order to reach climate neutrality. It's a commitment you have undertaken under the climate agreement already. The NDCs of African countries are still very weak and almost empty, that there is a possibility to put it there as your unilateral African commitment. And with that, you can go to Brussels and tell them, look, we are equivalent, and here is it, take it or leave it. And now, where is the multilateral, but where is the mutual recognition agreement, MRA, which we want to complete with to conclude with EU, DG Trade, DG Agriculture, Commission, with also the special recognition of special cases. The SME situation is serious, the gender problem is serious, and other vulnerable population groups is a very difficult situation which has to be taken on board in those MRA negotiations and agreements. Second and last part of my third part is the operators. What can the operators do? And I include here the SCOs as advocates for the operators. You see the bridges. The CSOs are bridges between North and South, but also bridges along the food value chain with all the participants and with the government. So get them together, if possible, and talk from the farm gate to processing to the chambers of commerce. Chambers of commerce, very important. I don't think we have seen it this morning, but this is very important. That chambers of commerce, not only the farmers associations, but the processors, the traders, the exporters should be sitting on the same table and get the petit draft for each government and trade facilitation into the European part of the food value chain. You have your colleagues in Europe, all of you, after, and this is a possibility to go for better relations with Europe. And last not least, export diversification. Look for alternative export markets. This is not easy, it's very difficult, but you have to start immediately to find other buyers of your commodities. It's very difficult, it can be painful for decision of exporters, it may not be coming at the same price. But it first takes a big market research. You can get help for that from the International Trade Center, for instance, which is a joint venture between WTO and UNCTAD in Geneva. ITC is helping countries like yours to get there with your embassies in Africa, but your embassies in other countries also, in Asia, with China, with India, with Ukraine, not last, because it's a new country, also exporting to North Africa, but sometimes also to south of the Sahara countries, which is interested in your products and supplies you. Don't forget, Africa is the world's biggest cereals importer, and therefore has also to say on what kind of cereals you are importing and from where. So I have reached the end of my presentation with an appeal to, in my personal opinion, if you go forward with your own standards, unilateral, like the EU does it, you have a better seat table and a better way to say, before you start actually with trade liberalization and all that sort of thing, that you are equivalent with these non-trade concerns on agriculture, climate, and other requirements for the Green Deal. The African Green Deal should come first. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, it's important to just listening to you. We don't have a plenary, but it's important to have some of these thoughts basically running around in terms of, if we talk about, for example, litigation at WTO, can we appeal to the void? Because currently it's a dysfunctional system and all that. So I'm welcoming Ambassador Mugodo to respond to that. So Ambassador Mugodo is going to talk about understanding the implications of EU trade-related unilateral measures on multilateralism and Africa's strategic response. Ambassador Mugodo, are you there? Hello? Is he there? So let me.
Sorry, I am. I am there. I'm there.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm from Kisumu. I had a meeting. So I'm looking from my hotel room, and very soon I'll be asked to check out. I have sufficient time to make some responses. Are we together? Director, are you getting me? Director, are you getting me?
Yes, Ambassador, we can reach.
I can confirm that. You're hearing me? Well, thanks very much if you're hearing me. And thanks very much.
We can hear you.
Once again, and yeah, thanks very much. And good morning once again, participants. And it's a very thought-provoking discussion. We are learning a lot from it. May I first and foremost tell you that I'm no longer in operation as a diplomat. So you may forgive me because I've been retired. So I am based in Eldoret. Just to introduce myself a little bit more. And I am one of the traders in Eldoret, in just mostly. Yeah, topic that I've been you remarks and very understanding implications of Indian trade related transformations on Africa's strategic response. So this is a topic we may need a whole 3 hours presentation. I just made my talking points. People that I will be talking to. We know that throughout the relations that we have had with the EU, I've already mentioned, commencing in 1975, it's 1957, when the only agreement was signed with few of the French-speaking countries. And when the African countries joined in 1975, including Kenya and most of the countries in Africa, we've had a cooperation that has been mixed with some advantages and some disadvantages. We have always what I meant, what I talked about earlier, that the business factors, which is one of the countries. And in some cases, have been another. That's not as successful as it would have been if the nations had been put in place. We always quote an example that 60% of the ACP countries, and therefore African countries, exports to the EU market. 60% is freedoms. Constitutes only 5% of the EU imports. It's just 5% of the is imported elsewhere for 95% of these imports, and this makes 66. The EU and the commercial market process union. My question is that most of the anti-corporate and that's why you have to sort of limit the rate should be a psychological of countries. We know that one of the reasons has been the enhanced non-tariff barriers. Because we know that the financial market that says whether we pay less tariffs, we have immense non-tariff trade, so make it very difficult to look constructive trade with the European Union. So we've had one minute when we look at the history of these relations, whether convention, transformative. I got a little limited taking full advantage of the market access that we've been offered. The history of these relations, we have still some of the for parents. And we started for legal instruments to mitigate but most of the countries in which this EU. Unilateral in nature, meaning that have never been discussed before they were issued by the European Commission. I think have been a big barrier to our relation or our trading with the European Union. And we've not been able to add value to our exports. That has been a major deterrent. And when we were negotiating the economic partnership between the EAC and the EU, and suppose that other had the same proposals, we had tried to introduce an export tax. And in countries that was affordable, and much countries should remove this. We all know that for those of us following the negotiations, we don't know the EU was saying no condition. Kenya is something to the EU, is understanding. And it has not noticed that, but it is still in Hong. Then we were to take that to Kenya, for that kind of accepted so by the EU said. How the big is basically to help conflicts the massive problems to the EU market. Questions that have been imposed, including, for instance, the maximum rate in our sector. Challenge to this trade in the EU. As will come to it later. The Niger that is being implemented at the moment. Well, they have something, they cut miles, but for those countries that are exporting to the EU, the farther you are from the market, the more the taxes you pay that result from the pollution, air pollution, and so forth. Meaning that countries that are very close to the EU, like Morocco, which have dominated the EU, would pay very insignificant in terms of that kind of tax that is linked to our mission. Countries that are, for instance, from Kenya, the East African community countries, and most of the long-distance countries to the EU market would really not manage to compete effectively in the EU market if that was to be introduced. And yet, it's the same tax that we're talking about, the carbon border is being proposed, or that is already being implemented, is to be implemented from 2026. Positive measures, they have never been discussed. We have got a number of opportunities for the EU to discuss with our countries before some of those measures are implemented. In Brussels, you have the various institutions of nations, the first one formed being the in agreement with the EU, some of those measures before they are finally implemented. other global multilateral-related nations are concerned, for instance, measures to do with climate change, which the previous speakers alluded to. We have got important discussions to focus on those kind of proposals because we are those thoughts and extensions. For instance, the Convention of Parties, the Conference of Parties on Climate Change is an important national platform to discuss more process that the EU normally comes up with, which are normally distributed to us. We all know that some of the proposals that have come from various conferences of parties, which were meant to support the African countries, have not been effective. You know, in Paris, that was often there to put it mitigations, Africa have not been very effective. So, the point when it comes to Africa's reforms will be on a positive side. Positive side is that investment of increasing cooperation with the EU participating. Simple relations that is in place the need to implement and it's not about to implement the must numbers. We will know that is nothing together we put it from into the implementation stick with the command still building that numbers some replacements and that's how if you are actually usable process. The second measure is the implementation, which is something that we comes to implementation of small requirements. We work together with the developed countries to see how we can in terms of technology transfer to be able to implement those measures. And the third one, which is obvious, is the financing aspect of it. Financing to most of our countries is and the most what we would want to do. Even if you propose some of those measures in good faith, the I was saying because financing changes. Now, in that, and which we already agreed yes or back. But I'm not talking about the response, but what would be the mathematical response. The yes or market is not possible for the EU. It's just supplementing the established cooperation. Some of our colleagues, that from the European to look at, for instance, the Nucleist policy as it is a substitute of cooperation. It's not a substitute. It is implementary to the cooperation we may have. And the department level, and that is an application, what we call the innovations. Cooperation. It's very okay. Soliciting for the market is not a substitute for cooperation. It is just need the little level. Which is very important. Let me raise in the we should not of increasing the voice cost perspective. Okay, so increase from the 10%. I suppose that the current rate of increase is 14%. I think we are the lowest because the entry EU trade is about 60%. The is about 60%. That is about 40%. It's more. When we get on net numbers, we find ourselves moving from the current 50% to almost 20%. The very positive. So, the outcome is going to be crucial in this more of those levels. I'm talking about the EU represented. It's not take place this week. Should be a crucial meeting point so that we have the high geopolitical message continent. We want to have the leaders. So, before the EU nations that they have been impressive, have been impressive against Africa. From where results we have against now what the meeting still one. Too many presidents from Yes, we remain as a part of education that is has to start in general. Yeah, and I think it's important that we look at that together. Melissa has been engaging, especially having near solutions supporting EU. Successful joint statements, especially the government change, and I think so also making us have that kind of practice. When we are supporting politicians, significant politicians, which would be politicians, both local politicians. So then, I will not talk much, so we'll keep on specials and some specials and select I'll be clear from this to the end of it is. If there is anything you can wait for, maybe change.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador Mugodo. Thank you for that conversation. We want to have a plenary where if you have any questions or concerns, you can be able to raise them and basically be able to have the two speakers basically address them. So I'm going through the room. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, hey, this has been a very good session. You have no questions, eh? All right, so I'll start. There are no ladies. I'll start here. Then I'll go here. Then I go to Honorable here. Then I'll go to Herbert in that direction. So start off.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Just cite one area that has been touched on and very critical. and I'm very happy to be in the house. That issue of trade or business, particularly Dr. Christian has mentioned the National Chamber of Commerce in our countries and the businesses. And in the morning when I was doing introduction, I didn't say I'm also a director of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Trans Nzoia County, and I'm very happy to be here. So my concern is on the trade imbalances that we have. We as business people, we are very much interested in investing and doing the trade, and particularly the second item that has been mentioned by Ambassador Mugodo, the exporting of raw materials. I think the business community, we are ready in our countries to do value addition or process products. We can invest in that line through the help of partners so that we process those products. I think that can be done long term, and it will be very good for us so that we sell all the finished products. Most of even our tea has to go away, or coffee goes away and then comes back processed, and we buy it at very high prices, and the farmers themselves don't earn that price. I think it will be very good to follow. The second thing is actually when we are discussing the trade imbalances, maybe we'll also wish that our interests be put on board all the time so that we don't negotiate at a level where we have no leeway to succeed in the trade imbalances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is go to this gentleman here.
Thank you. So my name is Emmanuel Chendo. I'm from the Institute of Economic Affairs. I have two questions. The first one is...
Who are you directing them to?
I'm directing actually to, I forget the name of the Swiss gentleman, Dr. Christian. So the question here is, the first question is, could African and European elites, if we time travel back to the year 1990, are there things that you think we could have both done differently to deliver welfare for both Europeans, but also for Africans, given that the gap, the wealth gap between us is huge? The second question is why it is that we ignore two things. First of all, the protectionism across the continent, that we ourselves impose lower levels of welfare on our own citizens through our protectionism. So you know how expensive sugar and rice are in Kenya. And in addition to this protectionism, why we also fail to address institutional fragilities, both domestically and also at the multilateral level, why we are not more aggressive about the institutional fragility that result in, just to name one effect, the impossibility of addressing the political economy issues around that perpetuate that protectionism that we spoke of in the first place. So that in conclusion, a policy like Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, for example, actually means protect the producer at any cost, because the producer is well connected politically, at the expense of the consumer, who is already impoverished and is spending more than 50% of his income on food. Now he must also pay the cost of incur the cost of inflation and of incomes that are not rising, and then on top of that must pay for more expensive food. Thank you. So why are we not more aggressive on and that's both on Europe's side and on our side? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, please bring the microphone to.
Thank you very much for the floor. I followed keenly the discussion, the presentations given by our two presenters, and I have said I'm here to learn. We are learning, but also we are in a position to contribute to what could be good for Africa when it comes to the trade cooperation with the European Union. I followed the presentation given by Ambassador Mugutu, and one of the positions I heard from him was when he was talking about the diversification of the market. Diversification of the market, for me, it was a strong alternative. But from him, it looks like we have to, yes, to go for diversification, but in a way of not substitution, but complementarity. It's right. But in a way, the European Union is coming in Africa in a bilateral way. Why are we insisting to go not by substitution, but he's insisting to go by complementary? If they don't want us to complement, why can't we go to search for another market? Because the world is now open for Africa. So I wonder, and I would like to hear from him, why does he insist that we stay in this approach as the European Union is staying vis-a-vis Africa as a father? I don't know if we have to continue that way of approach. Yes, they have been there for us, yes, for Africa, but now the world is evolving, and we have now to explore other markets. This is a business now, I think. We are now in business, and business has to be a win-win. If it is a win-win, I think we have to explore other market. I remember what happened when Trump wanted to make more taxes to China. And the world was, what will happen if it continues like that? But you remember what happened to what China did. It was also to impose more taxes so that it comes to balance now the position of the EU and coming back for the dialogue, a win-win dialogue. So my thinking is, and maybe I'm wrong, but I need to be educated on that. The world is now becoming one market, but if with African Union we have European Union we don't have such a space for us to negotiate. My understanding was to explore other markets. So I need Ambassador Mogutu to come in and help me to understand more so that we go in a market which is providing a win-win for Africa. Otherwise, I don't know if we are in the spirit of trading or if we are in the spirit of financial support from the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Herbert?
Thank you. My name is Herbert Kafera. I work with Siatini. Thanks to the two able presenters, both Dr. Christian and Ambassador Mugodo. But my question is specifically for Dr. Christian regarding the litigation that he proposed as one of the way forward. We might need to know the pitfalls, and from his own perspective, could he share with us what could be the pitfalls, if any? Thank you.
Jen?
Thank you so much, moderator, and thank you to Ambassador and Dr. Christian. Very good presentations, raising so many critical issues, maybe which we can't discuss and exhaust here. I agree entirely with Honorable Rutazana about diversification in terms of markets, but also in terms of products. And I agree to the brother from the Chamber of Commerce, the issue of exporting raw products. So we need to diversify into value-added products. But I have heard this song for a long time, you know, that we're exporting raw commodities, we need to add value. And I think we need to confront that question, what is stopping us from doing that? And this is what I want to ask our presenters. Ambassador Mgodo talked about the CFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area, which was concluded 2018, and we have been trading a little bit under the Guided Trade Initiative. What's stopping us really? Because that trade is not as vibrant as we would like it to be. You know, what's happening? Why aren't we promoting that intra-regional trade? And then also the issue of diversifying to value-added products. What's stopping us? Are there special agreements which we need to sign? Are we signing wrong agreements? Are we putting wrong policies in place? For me, I think the biggest advantage of the EU deal and all the sustainability measures is that they are forcing us to look inwards, where we are, who are our friends, whom are, maybe we don't have to talk about friends, like Honorable Rutazana has said, it's a trade and it has to be a win-win-win. So what do we need to do? Maybe our presenters can be able to throw a light on that. Thank you.
Right. Let me go to the lady there, then I'll come back here, then I'll come back to Honorable here. Then I think we'll close. No, we'll not. Sorry. Just proceed. We are running out of time. So proceed. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate. I gather something very consistent in terms of what we have heard from Madam Jane, from Ambassador Mgodo, and also from Dr. Christian, in terms of the generalization of economic rules, trade rules, and policies to Africa. In a sense, where I'm looking at, is there no need for us to really balance scales? Because the rules that may apply to South Africa, for instance, and their rate of achieving the targets and using the same rules for South Sudan, is there a way of us as Africa looking at a way in terms of our engagement with EU to say, are there peculiarities within our regions? Are there other bigger brothers and smaller brothers that we need to find ways of partnering with and become a robust force than just looking at one size fits all rule that says we go this way, these are the rules, these are the targets, and yet we are at different levels of development. And secondly, the fact that we have historical linkages with European nations and also different partnership agreements, which also cause that challenge we've always spoken about, the spaghetti ball, where one region in Africa has another partnership with other regions, and the other also has a different pact with another region. Then to try and then marry all those becomes a very complex system for Africa. How do we imagine an Africa that dreams together beyond the different pacts that we have signed?
We are coming to this lady here. Then we'll come to Honorable. Sorry?
I'll go last.
Go next.
Last.
Last. Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Winnie Ogutu from TISA, the Institute for Social Accountability. And I like what Christian Habali said, that for us to really compete effectively in the European Union market, Africa needs to come up with their own standards. for them to bargain. And now my question is, what is stopping us from coming up with our own standards? What do we need to do so that we can protect, especially the smallholder farmers who are the 70% producers in these export products that we export into the European Union? That's the question.
Okay. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Francoise Umuchiza, once again. Yeah, I raise to also add on my voice on the questions. I think my question goes directly to Dr. Christian, who mentioned about a lack of trade facilitation. And I recall that one of the member participants here, Emmanuel, I think, mentioned about his word for today was trade liberalization. So I hope trade liberalization is part of these deals. But he mentioned that there is no trade facilitation, and I'm worried, about our farmers, our producers, importers, exporters. If there is no facilitation, like it is in the WTO recommendations, I think we're missing something important. And I would like to address my question to Dr. Christian: how are we ready to overcome this gap? It's really a huge gap, and we need to make sure it's included. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. My question goes to Dr. Christian, to thank him for the great presentation. My question: he mentioned public-private partnerships as one of the means to address the financing issues, and I wanted to ask how sustainably we can undertake these partnerships. In addition to Tanzania, Rwanda, and Uganda undergoing a graduation from LDC statusship, and that would mean again decline as official development assistance is declining. This graduation from LDC would also cut down on the kind of support that is being received due to LDC status. And how can we leverage these partnerships to address specifically trade facilitation and provide funding, the lack of funding, and to address that specific issue?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I direct the questions back to the presenters. So Ambassador Mugodo and Dr. Christian, please respond. Are you able to respond?
Can you allow me to check out?
Okay. Okay.
Thanks very much for the questions, and I'm sorry that I had to checking out of our hotel. First question is about the diversification of markets not being a substitute. I think we have to acknowledge the reality that the connection we have had between Africa and the North, especially the EU, has to some extent been beneficial. But when we get into markets where non-policy that kind of cooperation is not viable, if it's still not viable, we need to continue discussing with the EU to come up with ways of making it more viable. Right now, that has been a natural non-type, but which have been kind of interrupted our cooperation with EU. We accept that we acknowledge that most of our countries, for instance, the East African community, they are about 55% of our exports go to the EU market. Now, 40% to 45% go to the EU markets. It's not at the beginning. Only when we want to make it to be more solid, we have to make it to be more to make it more beneficial is what we're talking about. So we need to increase our global value chain, especially in agriculture. So it is up to us on our side to make sure that that budget will export to the EU. We know negotiations, it hasn't been the interest of the EU. We can't get before it. Maybe we are concentrating in the EU market. It is not getting infected if it does not it's not strictly EU does not prevent us from getting on alternative markets. What with other regions, if you give it for itself, in fact, that's is doing with the especially vision. In like examples like Asian countries, they and so it has not prevent us from getting alternative markets. That's not necessarily mean that we completely is getting alternative markets. So, and it still has some differences. And it is up to us now to see how we can now make it to be more beneficial. In Africa, from was it from what is stopping us from adding value? Nothing is stopping us from adding value. We have got internal challenges as African countries. When it comes to the Africa, continental free trade area, which we want to trade, it's beneficial, but we know that as Africa, we are facing very serious challenges, especially the infrastructural challenges. Just right when I was preparing this response, that says that we need about 20 billion USD every year to be able to address the infrastructural challenge. And 40%, the African countries have contributed 40% of the billion budget. There remains a very huge infrastructural gap to make us really make Africa to be more mobile. I think what is important to this session is that we need to be more mobile and we need to decrease the cost of doing business. And the cost of doing business is caused by especially when you look at electricity, you look at the roads, you look at the rail lines to make us to be able to reach to one another in the shortest time at the low cost. I think the infrastructural gap remains a major challenge. And these are things that we can talk about to even our development partners in private sector and to identify some of the countries that are top notch when it comes, for instance, on the question of electricity. And I think here the countries that we can look for a way of cooperating with them for the purpose of utilizing their almost electricity grid. And Ethiopia is another country that is when it comes to electricity and so forth. So it is a question that we can look at it. Significant countries, African Union level. I thought that we see we can have the government. The country is now investments. Anyone who wants to invest enough, it's not investment opportunity in Europe because Africa is the one that has the opportunities for development. So the question of value addition and so forth is a question that we have to keep talking about at the regional level, the continental level. Here, some of the challenges that we have had when we send the EP with and you can our agreement with the Canadian is French market access. We want French market access does not transform countries. It's not countries. If we can because the EU using the Kenya is classified as a developing country. Countries of the region are classified as LDCs, and for LDCs will continue in yes. It should not make us lose focus. We have to know we can get more from this cooperation I add ingredient exports to the trade union market. Trading among ourselves first and foremost. Then when we add value to the what we expose to the EU, preferential market access may not be necessary. From the EU, our trade with the EU, we have tried to make it to be make better, look at the cost benefit, to look at the availability impact that population. And therefore, in future, we may not need preferential market access because preferential market access can only be given granted when the WTO has given us that kind of a license to enjoy that specific facility. But I would propose that we keep on working to that value.
Bodo. Let's go to Dr. Christian.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If I get it right, 5 minutes for 9 questions. So please fasten your seatbelts. For the first question on trade imbalances and processed products, I'll come back in my next answers for the next questions on this particularly interesting question. The second question was from the Institute of Economic Assessment, if I get it right. And what did we do wrong in the 1990s when we concluded the agreements between Europe and Africa? What could have been done for a different type of welfare delivery? I'm not a skeptic, but I do point out, please, trade agreements are not altruistic measures. I personally think even ODA is not altruistic. There's always the donor always has some ideas behind also, which are maybe different from the receiver. But I do think that we do have huge gap, and this is my next answer also. There's a huge gap. We still have a lot of protectionism, but what I want to introduce, what I have not done this morning, is the intra-African trade obstacles. You know, the biggest African cereal produced and traded is maize. White maize in East, yellow maize in West, and others. And white maize is consistently impeded by export restrictions, which is a violation of the WTO provisions and the AFCFTA. That's a big problem. But also import restrictions with SPS measures. When Kenya prohibits imports from Uganda and from Tanzania, they're violating not only the SPS agreement in the WTO, they're also violating their own EAC agreement. So this is something which has to be taken on board by the governments. I'm sorry, the parliamentarians, by the way, East African parliamentarians have complained that and put that on the table already 2 years ago. So I was very happy for that. Institutional fragmentation, fragility, this is a problem and it's getting worse. The WTO is in an existential crisis. As I said before, I did say also that SDGs are way far from being reached. And the AFCFTA doesn't have a dispute settlement operational yet. And the governments have problems making their own objectives clear. In the regional economic agreements, the RECs, which are part, the 8 RECs, which are part of the AFCA, right? So we have a problem there in getting policy coherence at the national, at the continental, at the global level. This is something we cannot deny. But you have choices. Somebody talked about Morocco. The ambassador, and I think Morocco is a good case for CBAM. You know, the phosphates are the only agriculture-related product which falls under the carbon pricing CBAM. That Morocco is the biggest, the only almost exporter of phosphates, and it could easily change its clients. Destinations in other African countries with less obligations than the and no taxes for CBAM. The same or similar for Mozambique, which has a huge lithium reserves now with lot of foreign direct investment. Why does Mozambique have to only think of the EU as a market? I'm just asking this question. And then somebody, yeah, we also talked about counter tariffs. China, yes, has applied counter tariffs to the EU, to the US, and is expecting now a deal which has been postponed and postponed again. This is one possibility which a country like China can do against the US illegal tariffs, right? But you have to note that the EU has chosen not to retaliate. And if I remember right, South Africa had a free trade agreement negotiation with the US and chose not to adopt it because of maize again. Subsidized maize from the from the US was not accepted in the FTA with the South Africans. So South Africa does not have an FTA with the US and is now being particularly hurt by US punitive tariffs. I have another country here mentioned already is Ethiopia. Ethiopia is not in the AFCFTA, it's not in the WTO, has been talking of it for many years. But Ethiopia is the biggest, I think, African producer, increasing coffee exports every year. With some interesting methods. What is interesting, Ethiopia is also the only one of two commodity exchanges sub-Sahara, and they are having a functioning collection system and a functioning pricing system. They basically go by the London prices, and they export most of their exports to unroasted, by the way. They export it to London as a physical export, let's say, to the UK and other European countries. Then we had a question from Habas about the pitfalls in litigation. I see no pitfalls in litigation. There is the problem with WTO I mentioned and AFCFTA, no appellate body, deal in the void. Ambassador said so. But what I did suggest is keep it up your sleeves in as a card to play consultation, because you say we also, by the way, have a legal possibility to take you to court to take the EU to court for their measures, EUDR or CBAM, whatever. And the EU still pretends, at least, to like the WTO system, and they say there's no alternative. We need to strengthen the WTO. That's wishful thinking, but it can be used by Africans as a card, as a play card. Jane, you said also something about diversification and inter-African trade. I think I have replied to that already. Reverend from Zimbabwe, you have looked at the economic rules, the balance. That's a long story. We can't go in much. But when you say South Sudan, what I can tell you is that one of my best students in TRAPCA from South Sudan, Cuba, she wrote an excellent thesis about competition. When you have new states, South Sudan is the state in Africa, and they have a possibility of fighting against cartels, local cartels monopolizing, for instance, telecom. Yeah, so you have a possibility to go against the cartel, to have a pro-competition effect, which will not increase consumer prices, the ones which you now, for instance, have in Kenya, which is really a scandal in a country rich in agriculture, which should be able to feed itself and to export food. So that would be my point with the example of South Sudan on competition and buy local cartels, public procurement, and things like that. Maybe outside of our discussion today. Francois, semi-final question on trade facilitation. Yes, I did mention that in my presentation. We do have a problem with WTO where that agreement is not fully implemented. That's something which you, the Chamber of Commerce, can use by telling your colleagues in Europe, for instance, in the Chamber of Commerce in Europe, that your exports be mishandled in Rotterdam, and that this obligation of the EU should be respected under the trade facilitation agreement. This is something which is very important, which you as a private operators, Chamber of Commerce have the possibility to use the trade facilitation agreement better. Also for UDR, as I said this morning, for getting into the green as exporters, right? Similarly, the end process is very important. You have a possibility to prepare for EPA meetings, not only the governments, but also operators and CSOs. They have a seat in the EPA joint committees, in the committees, site committees, meeting for consultations, pre-litigation also. And finally, the TPR in many organizations, you have trade policy reviews where that's an answer also to Jane, where you have reviews of governmental policies which can be improved without litigation, where the governments can learn how to improve their trade policies for better development delivery. Last question was the partnerships. It came, I don't know from whom, for the partnerships. And I think what is important is please do not think only of governmental partnerships between government A and government B in north, in the south, whatever, south. They also, you have voluntary sustainability standards which apply to food trade. My favorite is Global Gap, which has been initiated with Kenya, it now goes to many other countries for vegetable and other exports to Europe, where you have a cooperation between the food traders, the big guys in the north, but also importantly by exporters in Kenya, in other African countries. Global trade as a voluntary sustainability standard improvement, which gets you into the green lane when you land your product in Hamburg, in Rotterdam, in Paris. Graduation, and I'll be about it. Graduation, I think, is a promotion. Graduation meaning getting out of the LDC club. And the biggest example, is the biggest LDC, which is now going by far the biggest LDC in the world, which is now going out of the LDC group, which is graduated and loses the GSP and things like that. I'm talking of Bangladesh. And in Bangladesh, you have an increase of foreign direct investments from China, from India, from other countries, because they have a better and cheaper garments, for instance, production, which then they can land in Europe. And not a punishment. I have talked about my bad opinion of ODA, so I don't have to repeat that. I don't think in present circumstances to hope for free ODA from Europe or from anybody else is the solution in the future. Thank you very much, and I wish you.
Thank you, Christian. I think one question was left, and the benevolent dictator and answer it. You spoke about the question of liberalization, and I think Honorable also mentioned it on the question of welfare issues. How do we address welfare in terms of balancing the interests between producers and consumers? And I wish to state here, first of all, this is my position. Liberalization is not an answer by itself. Yeah, it's not an end in itself. You have to be very strategic when you're doing liberalization, in the sense that the first priority is a country must be able to be self-sufficient. If the pandemic has taught us anything, just a minute, if the pandemic has taught us anything, is that we need to diversify value chains. We could not be able to access some of those products because they are in other markets. Now, it's not possible to do to become self-sufficient wholesomely, but this is the question. In the Second World War, Europe realized they could not feed themselves. They could not feed themselves because of the value chains of agriculture. What did they do? They introduced the Common Agricultural Policy to be able to have sustainability and food security at the very least. So if you ask me the question, if it was up to me, I would first of all protect the producer, make him efficient, then open the market gradually after that. Because in the absence of that, all this rice and sugar you see coming from Bangladesh and Brazil and whatnot is going to kill local industries. And at the end of the day, you're going to be a net importer of food. And that is a problem for me. Yeah. All right. So I think we have come to the end of this session, and I want to invite us to take a break. We'll have a bilateral. Yes, we have a bilateral. So I want to invite us to have a conversation, to have tea. Sorry, you've earned your tea. Please, let's break for tea. Then we'll be able to come back in the next session, where we'll be having, if I can just check. Yes, we'll be having a panel that will be discussing the implications of the EU directives on African agricultural value chains. So thank you very much. And we are taking a break. What time is it now? It's 11:42. We're running badly on time. Let's take 15-minute break. I think tea is served out there. Just take a break and then we'll be able to resume afterwards. Thank you. Yeah.
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon. Great. That's better. So my name is Lurit Yugusuk. Going to be um redrawing. Redrawing. Okay. Great. So there's so many words that seem to be coming. Oh, there's another one here, Sandra, on the table right behind.
Inclusive.
Inclusive. Great. Thank you very much. So there's another one here. Okay. Okay. Seems like we all had a word in mind when we're going through the conversations here.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure. Great. Okay, so there's so many words that seem to be coming up in defining what we really want this relationship to look like and how we want the trade policies to work for African agricultural trade. Now, the session that we're going to be having this afternoon is looking at the implications of EU directives on African agricultural value chains. In this specific session that we have, we'll be examining EU sustainability linked directives, and the evolving landscape of international trade. And what we're going to be looking at is how these directives are shaping this particular landscape. So we're going to focus a lot on their implications for agricultural value chains. And one interesting thing that we're going to explore in this session is how these regulatory changes, particularly around sustainability, due diligence, and environmental compliance, are redefining trade dynamics between EU and Africa. So I'd like to invite you to help me welcome three interesting panelists who will be having a conversation with. One is Mr. Edgar Odari, who is the Executive Director of Econews Africa. A round of applause. This is the part where we do the round of applause. The second panelist we'll be having is Mercy Kemigishe from the National Union of Coffee, Agribusiness and Farm Enterprises Limited. A round of applause. And the third panelist that we'll be having is Honorable Francois Umukiza from the East African Legislative Assembly. Thank you. Isn't that a great panel for this afternoon? And you're also going to be panelists because this is going to be very conversational, since you've noticed that I pick people randomly at one point or the other to have this particular discourse. Now, when we're thinking about this conversation, you'll notice that the opening session set a lot of context to where we're supposed to be. EU is Africa's largest trading partner for agricultural goods. And there are big questions that seem to be coming up from the stakeholders as well. How prepared are African farmers, exporters, and governments? Who really bears the compliance burden? How can Africa reposition itself for resilience and competitiveness? And a lot has also been talked about the geopolitical context that we're in, looking at the different dynamics that are going on with debt burdens. We're looking at the social justice issues that seem to be coming up. We're looking at so many dynamics also around the fiscal landscape and how they also play a very important role in the conversation that we're planning to have. Now, I want to begin by inviting Mr. Edgar Odari, where he's going to talk a lot about Africa's trade positioning in this new space. So, Edgar, based on your experience in the work that you've done for a prolonged period of time, how do these EU directives reshape Africa's positioning in global trade? And what does it really look like? It would be great if you just set the context for us in this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lurit. So I think one of the things that, if you look at the program, I'm supposed to discuss Africa's position in a changing global trade landscape. And the session is supposed to discuss the directive's impact on African agricultural value chains. So I think I'm going to start it off. I want to go back a bit and discuss the question of the political economy of global value chains. You know, if you look at the way we approach this issue, we tend to work in silos. You know, you have trade people working in one space, investment people working in a different space, finance people working in a different space, but all these things are interconnected. So it's important to look at the political economy analysis of global value chains. And the most important questions to ask is, who are the players? In this case, we don't want to name all the players. We just want to name African actors and European actors. Then the second question becomes, what are their interests? Of course, the EU wants raw materials and primary goods from the African continent. Africa, on the other hand, wants a market and a bit of revenue to be able to basically support its obligations. Then, so who are the players? What are the interests? What are the relationships that exist between them? So for a long time, we've had, we are talking now, we've had the Cotonou Partnership Agreement. We are now going towards the post-Cotonou arrangement that has been basically concluded between the EU and ACP countries. Now, if you look at this entire constellation, I think one thing that comes out is the policy domains that are actually affected. We have trade policy, we have investment policy, then we have behind the border issues such as skills, infrastructure. We don't talk that much about infrastructure. Then we have issues like competitiveness. How do we make the African agricultural sector competitive enough in terms of the value chains are competitive enough to be able to compete with other actors? Because we are not the only ones who are exporting to Europe. If you listened to Ambassador Mugodo, we're exporting about 5% and 95% is being exported by other countries. So how can we be able to make it competitive enough to be able to export into this market? But now the implications of what these directives have on African agriculture. So number one, we really talk about, we really like, when you talk about the partnership between Europe and Africa, we really like to say, oh, we can be able to access this market duty-free, quota-free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You need to look for, you can look it online. I think Ambassador Light is the former Trump USTR. He wrote a book, There's No Free Trade. The book is actually called There's No Free Trade. So, we talk about liberalization as an answer to itself, but then there are other non-tariff barriers that are significant. So, you wake up, you say, if someone from Europe comes here, they'll go to a market, buy an orange, wash it, and eat. If you want to take the same product there, they'll introduce ridiculous, regulations. First of all, you need to treat it with methyl bromide and store it under negative 27 degrees below zero. So, all these onerous obligations are significant enough to be non-tariff barriers because of what we call sanitary and phytosanitary standards. Now, you're now going to have a burden because, like I said, sustainability is not a bad thing in itself. Yeah. But the way it's being done, it's becoming a protectionist measure. So that the EU is introducing it, it will be able to protect people within the EU market and make the work difficult for exporters. Just the burden of compliance alone. For farmers who do coffee, for example, you're supposed to geomap your farm. You're supposed to prove that you've not farmed on a forest within the last how many years. There are so many onerous obligations. Then the way the value chain works is that's just to do with the EU deforestation regulation. Let's talk about the sustainability due diligence directive. So this one now brings in companies, all companies that have value chains that extend to Africa. And for most of those, there are people who buy coffee from African farmers. There are people who buy tea from African farmers. There are people who buy many other primary products from African farmers. So now they have to make sure there's some sort of due diligence to be able to ensure that their products respect human rights and whatnot. So that's fine. It's an important thing to make sure that there's corporate accountability for due diligence issues in African markets. Except that now, the way the rules have been structured, these costs are going to be passed on to African farmers. And that is a problem. Yeah, because first of all, let me just give you an example. A kilogram of coffee produces about, is it 400 yen? 400 cups of coffee. Around 400 cups of coffee. The farmer in Africa gets about, at most, 1.5, even that's generous, around $1.5 for a kilogram. That same kilogram is going to produce around 400 cups or mugs of coffee. Yeah. So out of those 400 cups, what's the cost of a mug of coffee in Starbucks in Europe? Let's give it 3 euros. So 3 euros times 400 is what? 1,200 euros. You get my point? So if the surplus value is being retained in Europe, yeah, why are you passing these costs of compliance to the person who's earning the least amount of money out of it? You get my point? It does not make sense. Then let's come to CBAM. CBAM is supposed to prevent carbon leakage by costing how carbon is measured in international trade. That's fine, except, first of all, it's a unilateral measure. It doesn't take into account the unique peculiarities of African markets. So I'll give you an example. When you are exporting raw materials that are needed by the EU, like green minerals, they don't impose the same kind of taxation on CBAM as they would export. You see, if you are being honest about this, yeah, the same minerals that you really need for your energy transition, because they're coming from Africa, have the same imposition of tax on them. as you would have on any other products. But they make it, it's a cherry picking. That's why I'm telling you, it's not a real, the CBAM is not a real sort of process because it cherry picks. What they say is, because you're bringing in green minerals, we are going to reduce the tax on it. But it's the same, it's traveled the same journey. Yeah. So, but because you need those minerals and you have a green energy strategy, you now say, okay, we are going to reduce on them because they're green minerals. But it's the same journey that they've traveled. So because they need those minerals, they drop the rates that are supposed to apply on those minerals and impose on other finished products that are supposed to come from elsewhere. So I think there's a bit of double speak on this issue. We want to speak sustainability, but practice pragmatism. So why not just become pragmatic, all of us? Yeah. So that's what I'm able to say about it. And I think for the most important thing that I would say, African countries need to stop being rule takers. Almost all the time, we wait, and I've seen this in negotiation rooms. When we used to negotiate for the EAC EU EPA and later the Kenya EU EPA, you walk into a room, you're told, this is the EU text on SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary standards, which is fine. But then, so you ask yourself, where's the Kenyan text? They say, no, let's discuss this one and agree on it. Look, whoever brings the text first sets the pace. And as long as Africans are waiting for rules to be designed elsewhere, we'll always be taking those rules. You're discussing someone's framework, always. So how about we say, instead of having an EU standard on environment, let's sit down and, like they said, let's set our own standard. Let's have an African standard and let's start saying, so for example, say, we are not going to be exporting because we want to be green. All green minerals will not be exported to the EU. If they're exported raw, you're going to charge an export tax because they're going to really pollute. That's a step forward because you'll then have said, then you'll be levying export taxes on raw minerals and be able to capture some of those rents. That's a more proactive way to act on it because you'll still be addressing sustainability and climate change issues. It's just that it'll be something that you need to be able to address from within your perspective. So I can speak about this the whole day, but I think it's fair for me to stop there and allow the other panelists to intervene. Thank you.
Great submissions, Edgar. I think from your conversation, I think we can keep the rounds of applause coming across every transition. Edgar, from your conversation, it's very interesting to see the interplay of different actors and the various political standings that seem to be also coming up in this conversation. And a question to the audience, both physically and virtually, as we have this conversation, who truly are the players? What are their interests, and what are the kind of relationships that exist among them? Are they extractive? Are they inclusive? Are they based on partnership? What does that look like? And even more interesting is that your conversation ties very closely to what Ms. Nalunga said at the beginning, what Christian was talking about as well, and what Ambassador Mugodo was talking a lot about what sustainability really needs to look like. The idea of an intersectional and holistic approach is also critical in this conversation. And I think even as you keep speaking, more interesting things are coming out from the kind of comparative analysis that you're doing and the cost-benefit analysis that you're also doing in these particular conversations as trying to say, are we really gaining from this entire ecosystem? Now, I just want to move to our second speaker, that is Marcy. Based on your experience, I think your conversation is going to be a lot about experience sharing because of your background. And I really want you to tell us, what really do farmers have at stake in this conversation?
Thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon to all of us. Kemigisha Masi is my name from New Cafe, that is the National Union of Coffee Agribusinesses and Farm Enterprises. We happen to deal with farmers organized in cooperatives, associations, and we have those in hubs, we have individual farmers. Mainly, I'll embark on the coffee, basically, because that's what we entirely deal in, and more emphasis on the EUDR. That's what we are doing at the moment. Looking at the impact of the EUDR, what we have faced on ground, like she has said, I'm speaking from an experienced point of view of what we have really tried to do on ground. The major impact or the major constraint we are facing in this implementation is on the cost of operation. Even before we go to the compliance, a bit of it, how we all know that coffee is grown by smallholder farmers. whom majority of these smallholder farmers farm on an acre. There are very few that have more than 1 acre. Looking at that constraint, meaning what they afford or what they can afford on their own is just to afford, how can I call it? To afford their means of living. So they are growing coffee basically to find a way of living, a survival way of living. So subsistence, thank you so much for lack of a better word, subsistence farming. So a farmer back in the village is growing their coffee to see how to cater for their family. And here comes the directive of EUDR, okay? And what do we expect from these farmers is their compliance. But who is going to incur the cost of compliance? We all know most of the, let me say, companies or organizations in Uganda are pitching for donation or financing, and they do not have their own capital to implement everything. I'll borrow Edgar's say that if we can afford not to only wait for directives from other people as Africans and look at the broader perspective, because despite the fact that yes, there is this imposition of the EUDR, still Ugandan coffee is needed on the market. It doesn't make us lack market, though most of our export goes to EU markets. But how about we also as Africans get those policies that if we are the ones in need at the moment, but how about we develop better methods or better ways of marketing our produce and not only be at the dependence side, okay? Not only waiting to depend on the donors or other people or other markets, but also as Africans develop better ways of trading our commodities. That is also something to think about as Africans and people in this dialogue. But back to the impact of the EUDR, mainly it's the compliance costs and the operational costs. Infrastructurally, we are a bit low. Most of these farmers, for example, as New Cafe, we have hubs, we have cooperatives, but you find that in us collecting the data of the geo points and the polygons, you find that back in the field, these farmers even don't afford a smartphone. And how are they going to pick the geo points and the polygons, which is needed for the compliance? So what means you'll get a smartphone, give it to the hub manager, but how many farmers subscribe to that cooperative? So the time it's going to take for one smartphone owner to go to each and every farmhold, pick the geo points, collect them. And the other thing is, you're not the only, for example, in Uganda, it's not only New Cafe with these farmers, okay? Yes, New Cafe owns the farmers and they subscribe to the cooperatives. But again, we have the multinationals in play who have the better funds, who have the better money, and they're also fighting for the same coffees. We are all importing. So if New Cafe has these geo points, the other multinational is also going to have the same geo points because we are all with the same farmers. Putting a risk on the declaration of the geo points and the farmers you are owning. In this statement, in the due diligence statement, they ought that you declare the farmer, which is encroaching on the privacy of the farmer. You shouldn't know who has sold to you as long as you know the origin from where the product is coming from. Some people are not open to sharing their information, their personal information. Say the contact of the person, the name of the farmer, the name of the farm, things like that. But mainly the major impact is on operational and implementation costs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mercy. I think interacting with the lived realities of farmers brings this conversation even into better context because we're able to see the issues to do with cost, and cost in terms of compliance, cost in terms of operation, and cost in terms of infrastructure. You had that word somewhere in between when we began this conversation. And even beyond that, we bring the question of, are we really on equal footing across the entire agricultural value chain? And what then does this mean for how we center our development priorities? So thank you very much for that. Now, I just want to move closely to a conversation by Honorable Francois. At a regional perspective, there's so many conversations going on. There's regional integration. We've heard of the AFCFTA. We've heard a lot about very many regional dynamics that are coming up, all the way even from how Edgar started his conversation and trying to position us better to understand the political economic perspective. And in your work within the EALA, what really do you think that this directives, what role do you think this EU directives play when it comes to Africa's agricultural value chain? What does it mean for this entire conversation, and how do you see it from your perspective?
Thank you very much, Madam or Miss Moderator. I don't know the status, but it's fine. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity, all of you, participants, distinguished invited guests, all protocols observed, like it was mentioned by the CEO of SEATINI. Thank you very much. The perspectives of EALA, you may think members of parliament are all politicians. Some of them are just technicians like me. I'm a technician because I like to listen to farmers from the grassroots part of it. I've been working with them, supporting them, listening to them, and like Esaf says, farmers speak for themselves, right? Yeah, this is their motto. So I have heard from the ED, EcoNews, Africa, and from my young sister, Mercy. Thank you very much for the interventions. I would like just to add on, their comments, because on a political or policy part of it, I have been looking into these regulations, all of them, trying to understand them, but I found them complicated. Some of them are like a nightmare, especially for small-scale farmers, because large-scale farmers can afford, the capital investments and do on their own, even this geolocation data, mapping, all those they can cope. So allow me to advocate for small-scale farmers now, because they need us, they need our voice. We are voices of the voiceless in the East African community that is people-centered and market-driven community. So the EUDR, CSDD, CSRD, and the CBM present both challenges and opportunities for African agricultural exports. While they aim to promote sustainability, this is their aim, their stringent requirements risk excluding smallholder farmers and the SMEs due to high compliance costs and limited capacity. So immediately I will mention training, capacity building to help them understand. Before you act, you have to understand. Knowledge is key. However, with adequate support, these regulations could drive sustainable innovation and enhance market access for compliant producers. I may concur with the previous speakers, like my honorable colleague, Honorable Francine, that what do we need? Why are we with them if they are imposing, burdens instead of facilitation? But it's a win-win situation. We will be kind of contravening if we say, no, we are leaving. We can't quit, but we can adjust, we can fix it, like Trump said during his campaign. I will fix it. Africans were able to fix it by our own means, because the EU's unilateral approach and the lack of African input underscore the need for more inclusive policy making to ensure equitable outcomes. Someone was equity. No, it was equality, I think. So I wanted to say equity, actually. That's why equity remained in my... So African stakeholders, they must act proactively, like I said, by the CEO, from rules adoption to pragmatism. I may add, from theories to practicals, because we need to be practical. We need to leverage, to go through synergies, seeking support, and advocating for fairness.
and this to navigate these regulations while maintaining competitiveness in the EU market. We can't quit, but we should encourage competitiveness. Everyone in he or her role. Our core functions as members of parliament are three. First of all, legislation. We are here to listen to you, to listen to farmers, to listen to these, you know, let me call, it's a battle, but we are in the same boat, you know, on the battleground. And then we will go back and start brainstorming about how to move motions, why not? How to discuss about what is going on and how we can even interface directly EU. Why can't we send a delegation like what our colleagues have been saying? We are here, we are talking, but we are, you know, on our own. We don't do anything. Let's, after this meeting, we will have to take tangible solutions, even send a delegation to the EU, because we may have these regulations, but we also have people that are pushing on our suppliers. Those are buyers. So we can go and interface with them and put things together, you know, black on white. We need this because we are burdened by this. Deforestation free is impossible for farmers, small-scale farmers, because they have nothing to, you know, to cut. They just have an acre. What is it? There is not even trees, you know. Even if they add some trees, it will be over. They won't farm anymore because they are farming for subsistence. So I think here there is a gap that we need to address. And our role is to make sure this impact on specific crops like coffee, like it was mentioned, and cocoa in some countries, like timber in the DRC, are fixed and with immediate effect. So without you know, further ado, let me stop from here. If I'm given further opportunities, I may add on like kind of recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think listening to you has brought it clear that indeed Honorable Francoise is a voice for the voiceless. We can see very clearly that she's able to bring out different challenges and what legislation really looks like from that perspective, and really thinking about the fact that there's a link between the conversation that comes out from the three of them in terms of the burden that is placed on small-scale farmers. And it's also relational to the conversation that was happening in the previous plenary, where different stakeholders in the room were asking about what do we need to do in order to actually protect the small-scale stakeholders. So I just want to turn into the room and actually open up a few conversations here and there with all of you to just ask questions. Please feel free to share a question, a comment, or a recommendation if you want, or a lived experience, because if you listen to the conversations that have been happening, you notice that even beyond Uganda, the same is happening in other African countries. Think about it: Nigeria, DRC, South Sudan, Tanzania, you name it. You'll notice there's that similarity of experiences in those countries. So you're helping me with the mic? Great. So we are opening up conversations now.
Thank you and good afternoon. I want to thank the moderators for eloquently bringing out the subject. It's really very important that they have actually simplified it, and I'm a very happy person being a representative of smallholders. It has come out very strongly from all the team members. And at the same time, I have just two concerns or contributions to raise. One is we have a huge business opportunity in Africa, trading among ourselves. Why are we suffering to look for Europe, and yet we can trade among ourselves? Number two is the carbon credit programs that are going on. It has not come out. Maybe you can help share it now. The carbon credit programs of the smallholders or the farmers. And then number three, as much as we have the business opportunity, I think we also have a problem on tariffs inter-countries. Why should we levy so much among our own countries so that the goods cannot reach our neighbors simply because of the tariffs? Why can't we also, within Africa, why can't we look at those tariffs to enable goods and services to move freely And even the documentation, sometimes it's very cumbersome to have documents to go through the borders kindly. If we can look at that, free movement of goods and services will be very good so that our people get services all over Africa rather than just confine ourselves and then say, we are not selling to Africa, we want to sell to Europe. Why? Thank you very much. Maybe repeat my name for those who are online. My name is Bernard Wabuge. I represent small scaleholder farmers and also a director with Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody, once again. Maybe I should stand. I'm Moses. I'm an economist and I work under international trade. So I have 2 comments to make, and then I'll ask a question to Mercy. So one of the realization of or reality of Africa is that we are not as rich as we assume to be, or as prosperous as we assume to be. And this is not an insult. I'm a Kenyan and I'm very patriotic about that. But the idea here is to negotiate these deals every time with different countries, different bodies, is an expensive affair. And it has been a call that we should adopt a multilateral way of doing trade. And therefore, it's a call to Africa that we should at least throw some weight behind WTO. Because every time we have to make a deal with a different country, and given that we don't have so much bargaining power, we'll be shortchanged. But more importantly, and this is directly to EU, well, EU is trying to bring up sustainability, especially with climate, because it's a big issue. Africa, and if you look at the carbon print of Africa, is not a big contributor to that. And therefore, they're asking us to punch more than probably we could. And you can look at some countries like Kenya, where our energy sector, almost the whole of it is renewable. And therefore, asking us to do further is clearly insane. And if EU wants actually Africa to move towards more sustainable thing, then they should meet the cost. And this is the deal. The effect of climate change to developed nations is massive. If they want to revise that, they should think in the aspect of, can we take the cost that we could have paid because of the climate effects and help those countries which are left behind in terms of adopting more technology and better ways of doing things that produce maybe pollution, and pay the cost for them since they're not in a point to do that. I think that's a better approach. Or, for example, for people to be able to comply with some of these directives, they need what probably Kenyans call Harambee, small-scale people coming in together to actually be able to pull so that some of these costs can be met as a unit. And that calls for cooperatives that some of these people have signed up into. They should adopt a harmonious way to actually deal with this problem. Because, well, Europe is adamant about that. I think having them revise that needs another negotiation. So what can we do from our end with this reality? It's probably somebody needs to hold the hand of these people and help them. Because at the end of the day, well, Africa needs to trade more with itself, but African market is not as big as we assume. African market cannot take all African production. The biggest market is in developed nations and some of the quick emerging markets. And they are not probably here in Africa. And that's a reality we need to accept. And therefore we need to help, whether it's through government initiative, whether it's by telling EU to come in and help, or whatever reason this is. My question to Mercy, and this is just me trying to understand the reality more. How much time and what would be the estimated cost, for example, for a smallhold coffee farmer to actually uptake these directives and actually implement them? Thank you very much.
Okay, Thank you. We can move to the middle row.
Allow me also to stand. I've forgotten my brother's name. I wanted to probably address him on something else, but maybe because of time, I'll look for him at lunch hour.
The mic, could you?
Oh, sorry. I'm saying I wanted to address my brother on what he has raised, but maybe because of time, I'll look for him at lunch hour so that we can have a discussion with him, because some of the things that he said I don't agree with. Having said that, my question is to my sister from the coffee sector in Uganda. I was in Rwanda some time back, and I've been to Rwanda a few times. And in Rwanda, I see the president really, I don't think it's a policy or its own initiative, but there's a lot of value addition that is doing in most of their products that are being produced in Rwanda. They have the Rwanda coffee. Kenya, we also do tea and coffee. My brothers and sisters in this room will tell us that we don't have any Kenyan coffee being produced as packaged as Kenyan coffee or Kenyan tea. So though we have several other, but don't have a brand that we can say this is a Kenyan brand. There are several of them in the market, unlike Rwanda, where we go to the shops and you get Rwanda coffee. In your own analysis, if you've been able to do the analysis between what Rwanda is doing and what Uganda is doing, are you seeing any difference in terms of the costs or pricing that the smallholder farmer in Rwanda gets vis-a-vis the smallholder farmer in Uganda is getting in these different scenarios? And also allow me to just ask my two sisters from Yala, Francois, and my other sister. We call them Weshimiwa in Uganda and Kenya. I don't know how they call them in Rwanda. So to the two Weshimiwas at Iyala. No, when you look at our discussions today, we are speaking about the EU, collectively as the EU. How does Iyala check up some of these things that that are being brought to us? Does Iyala also have time to say, as Iyala, as the East Africa, as Jumia, this is the direction that you want to take collectively to protect the safety of food that comes into Iyala, into Jumia, or that will protect the smallholder producers that we have as Jumia, who should be accessing some of these markets? How is Iyala really maneuvering around some of these directives that we are having?
Thank you. My name is Alfred, CEO Bukadef. Bukadef is Uganda Cultural Development Foundation. Come from Uganda. I would like to assist my sister Mercy to answer the first question he raised. The two countries, Uganda and Rwanda, may be neighboring each other just a few kilometers apart, but they're different in terms of structure, politics, and everything. Coffee in Uganda is a political aspect. If you study clearly the history of Uganda, the wars that have been coming up in Uganda, one of the wars emanate from coffee. We have in Uganda a war called a war coffee. That is the war that took Obote off the powers because of coffee. So whenever anyone mentions about coffee, regulations to do with the coffee, it is politicized. So it comes to be a very big challenge in government to come in and implement EUDR and all other to do with marketing, local consumption, and others. People perceive it as a political element because they saw it in the back, which is not the case in Rwanda. Rwanda, they see coffee as a cash crop, they can do something. But Uganda, coffee is seen as a cash crop, but also as a political element. As we all aware, we know Uganda, Ugandans grow more coffee. They do. And we have that that at the back of our mind as Ugandans, that our government, let me hope words don't speak. Our government also doesn't want people to get money. They want to lead people who are poor. So it's a very big challenge. I want you to appreciate that. Right now, as I speak to you, Uganda used to be the second producer of coffee in Africa, coming in second from Ethiopia. But I speak to you now, Uganda is the first. But I wish you know the politics back now home. It's just cooking. It's just a time bomb. The government is scared, seeing people have grown coffee, have gotten money. The government is like, what are you going to do next? I beg to stop there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think we can see the interplay of political will in this conversation. So we're going to go with a round of questions. If you have reactions, please let me allow the people with questions to go first, and then reactions as we transition to the panel. Are we in agreement?
Yes.
Good.
But some of the reaction I also enjoyed with questions. I think mine is both a reaction and a question, and precisely I try to align with what Edgar presented. In case those Mr. Wachira, I'm a trade officer, international trade officer, and precisely in trade facilitation. In case you have been following the international relationship, you have seen that Qatar have been adamant they are not going to follow EU EDR. It is either EU change the rule or take its gas, or EU can go look for gas somewhere. Precisely about this EU EDR, the way they have been crafted, we have not. Of course, it is a law passed by European Parliament, but precisely it targets the value chain up to where we are getting us as the exporter getting affected. This thing has thrown out the total disregard of the country's sovereignty in this aspect. I'm a Kenyan. You know, in Kenya, even if you have a forest, you are not even allowed to harvest the forest yourself without due permission. So instead of doing all that bureaucracy, and then you are being forced to a lot of compliance, whereby in case the EU had done that bit about the respect for mutual the sovereignty, it would have taken like the Kenya. In Kenya, you cannot start just harvesting forest, even if it was in your land, and go start planting the coffee. That's the issue I'm a bit uncomfortable with. Why can't the certification from the Kenyan authority, the mutual recognition that the Kenyan law protect against the deforestation? Currently, you can, even if you have a forest at your place, you are not allowed. That one, Kenyan will tell you that it's not allowed. And then the EU rules don't recognize that one. That you'll have to go doing that regulation, like in all places, from the private sector, And the other thing, it's like it must be done like annually or like near all the time, in giving extra cost to the farmer. Then it goes to Mheshimiwa. Why wouldn't they? Because that thing, it will cut to be cascaded upward. Why they wouldn't have the either it is a bilateral between EAC and EU to see whether it can be worked, because the thing that have only been the thing that is affecting us, most of the African and East African countries are not able to do some bit of deforestation. We can get some exception in case we sit around, because I'm very sure Qatar will not bid for that one. It is either EU bid, or they look for another market for EU gas. They will not get. They are not taking. The American gas is expensive. Some of us, the American gas is expensive, and they are not going to buy. They are trying to avoid the Russian gas. So they are between, and the other source of gas is Iran, and Iran is a pariah. So some of us, we know they'll bid to the other. They'll bet to some of. They'll do the bidding for the other country. And the other thing, if this thing, if for example, the EU DR was going to affect, and for even look at the gas emission from the cost of the deforestation versus what they purport to be from the something like animals and that other stuff, they avoided where they would fight the big economy. They avoided where they would confront the UNCOSAM. They avoided where they would confront Brazil. Why? Because they have mass. So my proposal and maybe my reaction go to, in the long run, the only solution is the finalization and strengthening of the AFCFTA. Because if you have a stronger voice, nobody would bull us, my submission.
Thank you. We can see negotiating power and sovereignty coming into play. Can I see the final hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The dialogue looks to be getting very interesting as we keep going.
Yes, thanks, and a lot of fun, as it should be. Yeah, and a lot of African love, which is a good thing. I think my question actually follows up on what our colleague here raised, which is the question of realistic frameworks, ideas, prospects for unified coalitions. So, for example, we look at the EU's lofty ideas on green, right? And I don't mean lofty pejoratively, although it could be taken that way. It could be sneaky. But now you had Russia that invaded Ukraine, and you had a European Union that has begun to reconsider some of its ambition, because saying, look, we have scarcity of resources, let's focus on the priorities. One of them being building industry to build armaments in order to even have a place at the table in the geopolitical decision making. So you're seeing the problems that they're having both in pure politics but also in trade, because it's an interpretation that they didn't have the power to play at the level of the United States and China, etc. Now, for us, in the same when we're talking about organizing to have more effective coordination, what do you think that we should actually be doing different in the years and decades to come, given that the world has even changed completely from what it was 5-10 years ago, to realistically, ultimately deliver welfare to the average citizen, to confront the very real political economy issues we have that always ensure that our ambition is outstripped by the reality? How do we do that?
Thank you. Can I just pass the mic to that? Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Mwendwa, and I have two questions for the panel. The first one is about what role can the African Union play in promoting the in promoting African interests. I'm aware of the African Union Commission as well as the African Trade Observatory, but what role can they, what can they do more to ensure that there is equitable trade between African countries and the EU? And then the second question I have is in regards to disputes. So a lot of disputes arise when, in trade agreements between farmers and European players, or just even within the continent. So there's been a lot of arbitration and mainly arbitration. And my question is, why is it that the African farmers, I don't know if they're aware of that, but a lot of them in the agreements with foreign actors agree to arbitration, and the seat of arbitration is usually in a European country or in the UK. So I just wanted to find out, is there a power imbalance? Is it that they're not aware? Because I've seen that a lot, especially with the DRC. I don't know if that's the same in Uganda. And perhaps, Mercy, you can speak to this. How are farmers able to mitigate the risks in terms of the legal risks? Are they aware of the different risks that come to play when it comes to these agreements? Thank you.
Thank you. The hands on this side, and then there's one here.
Thank you very much, panelists. It's a good discussion we have. As a member of parliament, I don't know if I will say another view of a solution to the discussion we have. We are now here as members of the East African Community and SADC. And we are discussing a paper or guidelines which are coming from European Union as a bloc. But here we are discussing, I don't know how we go, because we need a voice from our blocs to be able to go and negotiate with another bloc. Unfortunately, in East Africa and SADC, I don't know well how you operate. But in East African community, the problem we have is every country, when it comes to negotiate with European Union, every country goes alone, which is killing our force. You have seen how we have been negotiating the, how do we call it? EPA. We went like one voice, but at a certain level, every country went alone, to the extent that one or two partner states have already signed aside the position of the East African community. What does it mean? It means even what we are discussing here, if our bloc, the East African community, let's not even talk about the East African, let's talk about our countries. I have heard from Tanzania, from Kenya, do we have one voice which will be submitted to our government so that that will be a standalone voice from Kenya to go and tell European Union, these will not work until you come, then we go to the same table, then we negotiate. Because you have been saying this is a win-win. The trade does not have any advantage if I am not able to go and negotiate what I need. So my appeal to our panelists is, what will be the outcome of our discussion here, so that we will know that our government will take into consideration our voice here when at the end they go to negotiate with European Union. Because we need a voice from our countries, we need a voice from the blocs. And my wish is myself and the Honorable Francoise to go and ask to the Secretary General of the East African Community. We need practical things. SG, what do you think about the guidelines which came from the European Union? How are you going to go as East African community so that at her capacity, she will be able at least to call so that we can have a voice which will be negotiating with AU. Otherwise, I don't see any window which will save our small-scale farmers, because they are alone. They don't have any voice. They don't have any support. The policy is not protecting them. So let's see some practical things coming from our discussion here, which we will be play like a paper to our government, to the Secretariat of the East African Community, at least for our voice to have a value at the end of the negotiation with the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two last speakers, then we bring this to a close.
Yes, thank you very much for leaving me the floor. I'm called Muhire Rubango from Rwanda. I work with the National Confederation of Cooperatives. So we are the voice of the farmers. I thank the panelists for the interventions. And my question will be a quick one. You know, as farmers, we are facing serious challenges when it comes to complying with these rigorous but also somehow unilateral directives. It has been well underscored. The challenges we are facing are in terms of meeting these food safety regulations, deforestation-free certificates, pest and disease control regulations. They are really very tough to meet. And for this, we still need much of, capacity building, infrastructure, and so forth and so on. As we are talking about negotiations for equitable partnership, I liked how my sister from New Cafe has put it, that we need the market, but also the EU market need us. She said that despite these regular directives, they are still selling on the EU market their coffee from New Cafe. Now, my question is, how do we leverage the EU expertise or even resources to enhance, yes, our productivity and competitiveness, which will also lead us to tackle some of these difficult challenges that we as farmers, we are facing. So how can our countries, African countries, or even farmers' organizations, I'm talking about national farmer organizations because I'm coming from such an organization, how can we leverage the EU expertise and resources to make us ready to comply with these directives? Thank you.
Thank you. We have the last question.
Thank you so much, moderator, and thanks to the panelist. My question goes to Edgar. Edgar, you raised the issue of developing our own environmental standards, which is very good. And you gave an example, of not exporting raw materials, raw minerals, and for example, that we could say we need to impose export taxes on them. But Kenya, you have just concluded the EPS and you have foreclosed that window. My question is, how do we negotiate such agreements, that won't close doors and windows, when you want to put such policies in place? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the beauty of this conversation is that we've set the second set of questions together in the room. So now we're going to bring it back to the panelists. We've had a lot of conversations about sovereignty and where we want to be. And I want us to frame it in terms of recommendations that you have as panelists in this particular conversation. Now, the first person I want to start with is Mercy, because there's a lot of lived realities coming out in the room as well, and a lot of conversation about the small-scale farmers, who you really represent. So I'm not going to tell you to answer in any particular order, but I'm going to give you the freedom to actually answer the questions and also give some of the critical recommendations so that we can move to the closing part.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the participation and the contribution. Someone asked about the risks farmers face, the likely risk. The biggest challenge of a farmer is price. If a farmer produces coffee that is not EUDR compliant, basically there is no market to the EU. For example, if the exporter only has contracts to the EU market, implying they have to sell the coffee locally, and mainly on the local market, the prices are lower with the export. So the most or likely or possible risk to the farmer is a lower price. Let me say lower, yeah? The other person asked about the time it takes, roughly 2 months, but that is dependent on which regions, because they are different regions, and the costs also differ depending on the regions. But for the rough estimate of the cost so far, considering I've given region, let me say maybe Masaka, you can incur like 5 million. And why I'm saying 2 months is that you're going to have time to get the geo points, but again, also having those geo points submitted, you're running the data, the time you also take to submit to get the due diligence statement. Actually, one of the challenge we got is that even the people that were running to verify the data were also learning on job. So we were not sure whether what we are getting is the right answer to the question. And people that have been verified by the EUDR to provide these due diligence statements are also learning on job. It is something new that everyone is learning on job. So the time it takes is a bit longer because they are trying to see. And the challenge is you find that one company has submitted geo points the other company has. And they are all claiming to have the same coffee from this one person. So it takes a lot of time. Then someone also asked, how do we leverage the EUDR expertise and resources to ready compliances? Should I also attempt that? I'll leave that to you. I think I've attempted the questions that was.
Would you like to give us recommendations of what you think, maybe a few recommendations of what you think? Yes. Yes, sure. Let's finish with her first. Can we hear her recommendations first, then I come to you immediately after? Yes? Okay.
My major recommendation, actually before the recommendation, in the other first presentations we had, I wanted to raise a question, but we were out of time. I wanted to ask a question because looking at EUDR, they are mainly looking at the traceability and maybe environmental protection. But we heard from our colleague, and I also know that Africa is not the worst at environmental conservation. When you look at those countries, they're doing worse than we are. So if someone is looking at the traceability bit of it, yes, it is good for the market, but I am looking at this being, let me call it a certain sort of tariff on our trade with the EU. It's not basically a positive, how can I call it? A positive way forward. Maybe open or broaden our markets, but I'm looking at it as a blockerage to our markets. So if we have people maybe in government, or we have people who can pitch for better, like how someone proposed multinational dialogues and coexistence in business. If we have people table and sit with these people and have decent dialogues and bring out these facts on table and forge a better way forward for these policies before even they come in play. And then I had a question still. I don't know who will attempt this. If we are to look for financing in this, for example, the EUDR directive, who is the potential donor or financier to look at in this incident? And then my general recommendation would go back to our government and the respective bodies, the Ministry of Agriculture and other government officials, that if as a nation we know how much export or how much revenue we earn from these exports, say coffee being the major export, the second major export, how best as a government, if they can sit and pay more emphasis to these directives that are imposed on our nations, if they can come in play, have discussions on this, I believe they are in a better position than the exporters we have and the multinationals we have.
Okay.
The government and other bodies would do better.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to move to Honorable Francoise next. As you answer a few questions that have come to the room, please also give us your recommendations.
Thank you very much. I would like to be brief. Time is not, on our side. I would like to just, respond randomly because we have a lot of questions that emerged from the discussions. First and foremost, I would like to tackle the question of remedies, trade remedies, because at the East African community, there is an initiative that was started, but now kind of redundant, of establishing the EAC Trade Remedies Committee. It's there, but not finalized. So our role as members of parliament is to continue to push, to remind the Council of Ministers during our motions, our debates, that that committee is needed, especially that for AFCFTA, the committee is there, and it's working well. I think it's a good precedent. We can just now, it will be from even the top, bottom, because EAC started the initiative, and the AFCFTA borrowed from it, and they advanced, further than EAC. So I think it's something you have to record and also push the council to do and finalize with the immediate effect. I would also like to talk on my colleagues, Honorable Francine. Unfortunately, she stepped out, about the concern of willing to go together, all of us. In the treaty for the EAC, the establishment of the East African Community, there is a provision talking of geographical geometry, variable geometry, whereby countries that are ready are allowed to move faster. Because if you wait a country that doesn't have the political will, the community won't move forward. No even a single step will be done. Because there is also a hindrance in the same treaty about the consensus, the issue of consensus. But since you have this, and the other side, the consensus issue, if the consensus issue doesn't apply, at least countries like the Northern Corridor, where Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda are, they are applauded for many things under this component, whereby they can move forward bilaterally. Bilateral engagements are there, they're part of agreements. I'm lucky because I'm confident to talk about this because I'm a part of the team that attended the UNCTAD courses, online courses, various of them, like gender, trade, nexus, with e-commerce, for instance, with non-tariff measures. You don't know them, I'm sure. You just know NTBs. And someone also raised, a question with NTBs. I've just, So those NTBs are also being worked on every day. We have NTBs eradicated today, like more than 100. The following day, we have like 50, coming up. So these are, I can call it a perpetual issue, a struggle, but we will continue to make sure, it's a battle, but we are together in this battle. And lastly, but not the least, I would like to talk on trade dispute. Okay, AU engagement in this, because of course, Honorable Francine also had a point, because we should approach this as AU as a continent. On the other hand, because AU aspirations, they are clear that they want to promote, everyone. We have more aspirations agenda. And I know the 2063 aspiration agenda on promotion of trade, they are there. So if we can have a voice of AU, also entertaining with EU directly, I think we can be we can speed up our processes and also be faster than we are now, I think. Because now we are EAC and SADC. Actually, we should have sang the anthem for SADC as well. We missed that one. Maybe we can apologize for the team, but next time we will have to have it on board. So we have to move, of course, jointly, but also allow the coalition of willing, to move forward. Like Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda. It's a coalition of willing, like Tanzania, Burundi, and others. They also have their own initiatives, but thank you very much. I think we will continue to intervene. Maybe some recommendations, because I put them just titles because time is rushing. Recommendation for African stakeholders. These are of course, the recommendation for like policymakers. The Council of Ministers, our partner states, they have their own political will. But we will continue to talk to them. But stakeholders here, you have to leverage synergies. Because we are here, we are talking to ourselves. I don't know if we have a private sector on board, PSF, EABC, for instance. Do we have them with us? We don't. These are the, the investors, the sponsors of these initiatives. Let them come so that we can harmonize data collection for AUDR and others to reduce compliance cost. And you have to seek support. Always seeking support is also key, because we accept our loopholes, because they have gaps as Africans. Africa is not a continent in darkness, because we know we have light, but we don't utilize our light properly. Engage with the EU-funded programs, NGOs, preferred by nature, or certification bodies. Those are the certifiers. I don't know if we have African certifiers on this. Do we? Boss, do we have African certifiers? We don't have. You see? We have Rainforest Alliance. Someone mentioned the IUCA. I also remember that. You know, this is the International Union for Conservation of Nature. We have been working with them as a YALA to see how we can manage the forest and utilize them. But we have also to make sure we promote technical and financial assistance along with self-reliance promotion. This is the role of AU as well. We have to be self-reliant as a continent, but when? Because our hands are always open to donors, external support. EAC budget is more than 40% donor-funded budget, and now we are in crisis because the countries are not contributing. You see, since January, EALA has been redundant working online. Since January this year, now more than 7 months. We have been not meeting in Arusha. We have been not meeting, just stakeholders support. Advocate for farmers. This is the key because African governments and the trade bodies should push for inclusion in EU policy design and request tailored support for smallholders as suggested by the Institute for European Environmental Policy. And then invest in technology. Technology is also an issue, like said my dear sister. Adopt tools like blockchain or satellite monitoring to support farmers to enhance traceability and meet due diligence requirement. Diversity markets, we talked about them, but we have to explore non-EU markets to mitigate risks of over-reliance on the EU while still pursuing also sustainable practices to remain competitive. I think it also an answer to the concern of my colleague, Honorable Francine, that we have to move together, but also to make sure we challenge them at the same time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Edgar, the reason why you're the last speaker is because you're landing this conversation. I need you to now bring out everything and try to bring it to a close with a few critical recommendations.
Thank you. Bernard, you're talking about there being a huge business opportunity in Africa. The challenge with exploiting that is we're exporting the same things. Kenya has coffee, Uganda has coffee, Rwanda has coffee, Kenya has tea, Rwanda has tea, Tanzania has tea. So if we were to trade amongst ourselves, what would we sell? I think there's an important case for economic diversification. We need to diversify our product offering, take things that are consumed within the other markets so that we can be able to, because I think because of it's really a question of decolonization. How would you explain the fact that you're worried about someone else's cup of coffee and you haven't taken your dinner? So you're worried about what that person will consume in the morning. You really are working hard to export the tea for them to take tea in the morning, and you haven't had your dinner. It doesn't make sense to me. Now, the question of converting that to carbon credits, it's a dicey situation, because if you look at the carbon trading framework, it's interesting how that is done. And there's also, I don't know if you've looked at the Northern Rangeland Trust in Kenya and the controversy surrounding carbon trading. I think what they did is they move goats from one point to the other and then count and say, we've moved them 5 minutes faster than they should have moved. And because of that, we're earning a carbon credit. It's ridiculous if you look at the kind of framework we have for carbon trading. So that's an interesting way to look at it. Tariffs between African countries, that's a problem. I think, intra-African trade is around 15 to 17%. And the reason is we have so many tariffs. There was an interesting research that was done using the ACFTA. There was the initiative, guided trade initiative. So products went to Ghana, and there are about 4 or 5 taxes that are slapped onto them. So they're saying, look, even before you begin, there are so many taxes slapped on products, and you're not able to sustainably move in that direction. Then the question of documentation, the sheer amount of documentation you have to fill. I think for COMESA, it's a bit eased up, because we have, how many of us have seen the COMESA simplified trade regime document? How many? By show of hands. You see? So people are not aware of what they need to use, because we have a very simplified way. If you can use the COMESA document to be able to move across borders, that can be an easy way to be able to access that. Moses, multilateral trade strategy in terms of going multilateral. I think the consensus that was developed around WTO has went out. If you looked at the video I shared initially, the scenarios that were done by the World Economic Forum, the WTO is going into decline. So it might be good you might want to hold on to good memories, yes, but then if it's gone, it's gone. I don't think we're going to have a multilateral framework coming back anytime soon, because if you look, everyone is digging in. All countries are going into inward looking. So Africa is the only continent looking at outwards to be able to get help, but everyone else is looking inward. Sustainability, who meets the cost for sustainability? I think we need to go back to the UN framework on climate change and talk about the principle that has been established for common but differentiated responsibility. So that even if these costs are being lumped onto us, we've not been able to pollute significantly, and how can you be able to talk about if the common but differentiated responsibility principle is applied, then it will mean that the obligations should fall more on the polluters, EU, America, China, and whatnot. But then we are not following rules. Currently, it's a jungle out there. Keta, the cost of coffee and the retention value, I think I told you, 1 kilogram of coffee produces about 400 cups of coffee. Each cup going for $3 would give you 1,200 euros. But the farmer here gets about 1.5 euros. And that's being generous. So who pockets the difference is a question we need to be asking ourselves. Then I agree with Mr. Oshira that we need to diversify. And you know, Qatar has leverage. The moment, and this is what we can be able to do as Africans. If we can be able to leverage and say, okay, we are Africans, we are not exporting raw materials. The EU will come to negotiating table and say, okay, maybe add value and then negotiate. But if you don't have a way to leverage, you know, you're speaking as DRC, as Zambia, as Ethiopia, that becomes a weakened position because you're not able to do everything. But if they just have a situation where all exports have been stopped at the same time, they'll be able to come to the negotiating table. The gentleman from IEA, realistic frameworks for solutions. I think if you saw the video I played here on the World Economic Forum scenarios, we are living in two, we have rebalanced globalism, where we don't have one major power acting and, you know, sharing, sort of expressing its hegemony to everyone else. So it's rebalanced globalism. But then you also have resource security, where everyone is looking inward to be able to do what they're able to do. So one of the solutions I can be able to propose is catalyzation. You know, just wake up and catalyze and say, you know what, as Africans, we're not going to be exporting these raw materials. We are retaining them for local use. That can be an interesting perspective to be able to move. You know, all this talk about the Lobito corridor that American wants. If you look at the green mineral strategy between DRC, US, and Zambia, all those can come to a halt and they'll be forced to negotiate on terms that are favorable to us because we've been able to move in that direction. These questions are many, yeah? Disputes, arbitration. I think that came from Rachel. We are moving to a situation where there's already talk about reforming the investment regime across the continent. And if you look at the ACFTA investment protocol, it's an attempt at that direction. But having said that, I think it's important for people to understand the legal challenges they expose themselves to by negotiating some of these agreements. So, you know, you wake up and maybe if it's a farmers cooperative, the challenge is also leverage in terms of power asymmetry. So you find a company saying, we want to buy all your products, let's sign an agreement. They're the ones who are sharing the contract with you. The moment someone shares the draft agreement with you, they have you because you're negotiating on their terms. So the question will be, how, for example, can it be where African entrepreneurs are saying, we want to negotiate an agreement, but this is our contract, sign it, take it or leave it. They'll be able to sign because they need the product. Yeah? Then, Honorable Francine, EAC negotiations. I think we've had a problem with EAC countries negotiating individually. And I think at some points here, Tini negotiated, we negotiated what we were calling the East Africa Trade Negotiations Act. And it was very novel in the sense that all countries are going to collapse all their national frameworks into a regional mechanism and have one negotiating body. But that was shut down because people are looking at allowances and not looking at the national interest in terms of how can that be. You see the way the EU negotiates. When the EU sits on the table, you listen because there are 27 countries negotiating. And we don't have the same kind of leverage in this space. Rwanda, compliance challenges. I think you talk about food safety regulations, pest and disease control, and of course the EU still needs the product. The question was, how do you leverage EU expertise and resources? I think trade facilitation can provide an avenue for this, but if you look at the way the trade facilitation agreement was negotiated, there were basically 3 tracks in terms of A, B, and what, and they were saying, if you look at what has been prioritized by the EU and other developed countries, they prioritize what is of interest for them to export into African countries. But to be able to now conversely prioritize sectors that are going to promote export competence and compatibility between African countries to Europe, that becomes a problem. So it's a question of we need to look inward for our solutions. And finally, again, I cannot, if it was up to me, when I become minister, maybe let me say that. It's been a challenge with the Kenyan space because, you wake up, first of all, there's no connection between the past and the present. So the people who negotiated the EPA those days and the ones who are implementing them, there's disconnection. There's a disconnect. But secondly, people just lump on obligations without looking at what does this mean for the country. If you ask me, by the way, the biggest market for EACs, for Kenya, is the East Africa community. But, we've not been able to cultivate that market. We are so busy talking about, getting horticultural exporters to take to Europe. But the biggest market that was growing in our region, if you look at statistics from around 2013, 2010, the biggest market had become Uganda. But instead of now nurturing that relationship, you now you talk to a few horticultural exporters and say, oh, no, we need to export to the EU. But assuming just we grow the ACFTA market and be able to export in Africa, what potential does that hold against the kind of exports you're talking about to Europe? And in any case, it's mostly European farmers who come here, buy land, they start exporting under the export processing zones, and even the labor standards they have are very low. But then you want to really capitalize on them and say, let's protect them because they are providing jobs. What kind of jobs do you really have in APZs, really? About quality of jobs. Let's talk about quality of jobs. So I think I'll stop there. There's so much to talk about, but the rest we can be able to talk about at a separate time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my panelists. There was just one recommendation on smallholder farmers. I'm going to give you 1 minute because I need to close this session.
Thank you very much. I wanted just to add something to what my sister Mercy has said. The economics of scale of a smallholder lies in 3 things: the cost of production, cost of processing, and cost of marketing, and the competition. So the best way out, as my brother asked here to you, how do we do it? We go the cooperative way. Let's have all the farmers working together so that the costs are reduced and the marketing avenue becomes easier because everybody is not selling on their own. So let's always be in one major group, all those farmers, if they can go one way, to be the best way as we have been advised. Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that recommendation in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been very wonderful to spend the afternoon with you talking about the implications of EU trade policies on African agricultural trade. And as we close the conversation, I just want to leave you with 5 critical things. From this conversation, we've seen that lived realities are very important in the conversation. In order to understand the impact of the EU trade policies on African agriculture, we need to actually understand the dynamics around small-scale farmers, large-scale farmers, and any other dynamics that have been brought up from the conversation. Second is that context is very important in this conversation. Different African countries have different social, economic, and political contexts, but these are also opportunities for us to speak in one voice. That's one thing that has come very critically in this conversation, which means that integration is critical in this conversation, synergy is critical in this conversation. So no more silos at the government level, no more silos at the civil society level, no more silos at the citizen group level, and even at the farmers level. And then there's the battle of technical jargon that seems to be coming up very critically, and it's really hurting awareness. It's hurting participation, and it's hurting representation. That means that we have to really invest in a policy communications ecosystem in how we break down the different policies that are coming into our various contexts to make sure that people are understanding these issues. And lastly, I think we can all agree that it's time to be rule makers, and it's one of the biggest things that has been coming out of this conversation. If we do not invest in our negotiation power, we continue to take up policies that threaten our sovereignty, threaten our independence, and threaten our success and our development trajectory. So it's been wonderful to speak to you this afternoon. Please interact with EcoNews work, please interact with Siatini work, and you can look me up as Luri Tugusuk on any social platform. Thank you and have a lovely afternoon. Now, who are we giving the mic?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The lunch coupons are ready by the exit.
Together by looking at the way forward. A lot has been shared. In fact, we already embarked on sort of shaping the way forward from the earlier sessions. And the session that we're yet to have is basically titled From Challenges to Strategic Responses and Policy Design, Charting a Roadmap for Equitable EU-Africa Trade Relations. So we're looking at the way forward. But from the earlier sessions, there is a lot that was unfolded, and part of this included navigating the landscape, and in the face of the shifting EU trade tides, Africa must respond strategically, must have a regional approach, and must respond in a way that's not more reactive, but one that is grounded within the aspirations of the continent and the realities that we face. So to help us navigate this important topic of moving from challenges to strategic responses and policy design, charting a roadmap for equitable EU-Africa trade relations. And I would like to also emphasize that the previous moderator already contributed to shaping this by defining, sort of like collectively defining the kind of relations that we would like to see or to have with the European Union. And we talked about keywords like transformative, they should be shaped by equity. I mean, we defined so much more. And so this session is going to concretize on that, to deepen that discussion. And we'll be looking at formulating concrete policy responses, coordinated strategies to address implications of EU trade-related directives on African economies. And since the discussion is really centered on the regional economic communities that include the East African community and the SADC sub-region, so we will be deepening the discussion around the regional economic communities. How can we have regional responses across the RECs, regional economic communities, including ESC and SADC? And to help me delve into this, and to help all of us appreciate and understand the need for strategic responses, first is Ms. Jane Kinya, who is the Deputy Coordinator and Gender Coordinator at the African Biodiversity Network. A round of applause as she makes her way to the front. Thank you so much. And I will give her a minute to briefly talk about ABN, the African Biodiversity Network. And the next panelist is Reverend Tauri Emmanuel Maforo from Zimbabwe Council of Churches. A round of applause as he makes his way. Thank you so much. And like we said, this discussion is basically centered around RECs. That's the ESC and the SADC sub-regions. So we have Reverend Maforo from Zimbabwe, and so he'll be sharing some perspectives from the SADC sub-region. We also have Mr. Alfred Bachusa. He's from Buganda Cultural and Development Foundation. He will also be contributing to the discussion. A round of applause as he makes his way. You are most welcome. We also have Ms. Olivia Costa, who is the Executive Director of Tanzania Trade and Investment Coalition. A round of applause as she makes her way. We also have Honorable Francine Rutazana, who is the chairperson of East African Legislative Assembly. That's IALA. She will be contributing to this discussion. A round of applause as she makes her way. You are most welcome. And as they take their seats, I would like to once again emphasize that from the start, I actually indicated that this is a continuation of where we started from. Some proposals on the way forward were already contributed, so we will not be scratching the ground so much for answers, but rather to deepen some of the discussions that we had earlier. And I would like first to start by giving all the panelists a minute to do a commercial of their institutions. So from Ms. Jane Kinya, let's start it by talking about our institutions, because it's important to anchor all this work in the institutions that we work for and with. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Jane Kinya, representing African Biodiversity Network, in short ABN. ABN is a regional network in 19 countries, African countries. Our key role is to ensure, to bring together actors, communities, organizations towards forming a regional network in the protection of cultural biodiversity of our Africans. We also do this, by bringing into communities that are preserving their cultural identity. So in our conservation of biodiversity, we use culture as a key entry point, because preservation of culture determines our identity. And in identity, we are talking about food, we are talking about our livelihoods, we are talking about the environment, we are talking about spirituality. And therefore, it's very key aspect in the protection of our environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're most welcome to this very important discussion. And we look forward to hearing from you. Welcome. Thank you. Yes, Reverend Maforo.
Good afternoon, and allow me to say blessings to you.
Blessings to you too.
Thank you. I come from the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. It is a member-based organization that has an affiliation of most of the traditional denominations or Protestant denominations in Zimbabwe. But by and large, Zimbabwe Council of Churches has looked beyond the spirituality side of things, but has gone on to look at the practical realities of life based on John 10, verse 10, that Jesus has come that they may have life in its fullness, so abundant life for all. We have participated in financial issues. Recently, we participated in the Finance for Development, the meeting that recently occurred. Today, as we sit here, we are having conversations around the budget so that it becomes a proper budget for the nation. There's a meeting that is ongoing right now. We have run elections, campaigns with I Pray, I Vote. By and large, we look at having conversations of hope such as these to see if we can come to the table, engage other players, other civic players. So we have had many partnerships with many organizations that are here, and we continue to strive to do more for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're most welcome, Reverend Maforo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Alfred Bachusa, coming from Uganda, Buganda in particular. I'm a CEO of the largest company in the Buganda Kingdom, Buganda Cultural Development Foundation. It has been in existence for over 30 years. The establishment of the company was basically focused on development of the subjects of the Kabaka. Kabaka is the king of Uganda, and I think the strongest and the largest kingdom, I think, in sub-Saharan Africa. Buganda Kingdom, when you go back to Uganda, you'll have to appreciate its stands above the ordinary. We execute things above the ordinary as the word. We want to see, Kabaka envisages seeing the country, seeing his territory as the Garden of Eden, whereby you can, all of you see what Reverend has been talking about. You can see a forest, you can see fruits, you can see water, you can see birds, everything smooth and lovely. Basically, that is the major area. We do call people for development, but in tandem with their culture. Basically, we do not promote deforestation, destruction of nature as culture. Basically, we have an initiative as Uganda, which we call it, dubbed as Okwambaza Ennimiro. That is a Luganda word, meaning that dress up your gardens. Dressing up, as you know, you can't move out your home you get when you're not dressed up. Dressing up a garden basically means up. A garden, I've told you, as a Garden of Eden, there must be trees. Take about a case study of coffee plantation. Should have banana plantation there, should have fruits there, should have trees in there. You know, coffee is a forest tree. With that, I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Olivia Costa. I work for Tanzania Trade and Investment Coalition, or in short, we call ourselves TATIC. TATIC was established like 5 years ago. We are working, we actually are a coalition of CSOs who are working on land-based investment, like in the issues of mining and land itself. Also, we have academia and we have media as well in the coalition. We work on how to influence these trade policies and investment agreements in a way that they benefit us as a nation, not just the investors who are coming to invest in our country, just taking what we have and go. So that's what TATIC does. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Francine Rutazana, a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, representing Rwanda. I'm here in my capacity of the chair of the Trade Committee. It's a committee which is dealing with trade, investment, and communication. It's one of the 6 committees which are, the work of the Assembly is based on. And the other committees are, one of them is the one which was chaired by Honorable Francoise, the Agriculture Committee, which is called Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources. And we have a committee on general purpose, which is dealing with the budget and the social inclusion of youth, women, and people with a disability. We have a legal and privileges committee, which is dealing with the internal matters, regional affairs and conflict resolution, which is dealing with the conflict and resolution matters in the region. So those are committees which are on which the work of the Assembly is based on. And the Assembly has 3 mandates. One is legislation. Second is the oversight of programs and the policies, implementation. but also representation. When we talk about representation, we are saying that we are a voice of our citizens. Wherever we are acting basing on what our citizens are thinking about the matters we are discussing. So those are three core mandates of the Assembly. And I can't end my presentation without talking about the members of the community. We have so far 8 members, partner states. Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, the original members. Then Rwanda, Burundi came in, followed by South Sudan. Then DRC came, and finally we have Somalia. So it's a community which is growing, and our aspiration as members of the parliament is to see it growing parallelly with the programs and integration, in effective integration, which is benefiting to our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Comrades, from the earlier sessions, we appreciated our shared vision of EU-Africa relations, where we emphasize that we need inclusivity, we need economic development, we need the relationship to be transformative, to be equitable, and we went on to define what kind of relationship that we would like to see. And there is what is called the Joint Africa-EU Strategy that also defines the vision of the Africa-EU relationship, which emphasizes shared prosperity, economic development and cooperation, but also sustainable development. But over time, we've realized that the relationship is not mutually beneficial. And from Ambassador Mugodo's presentation, there's something that came up that the partnership was started around the early 2000s. Previously, there was no partnership, it was one way. The EU would determine what kind of relationship it would pursue with the SCP countries. And so this session is actually going to enhance our appreciation around how Africa can have strategic responses, but also from the earlier session, what was emphasized is that Africa must respond proactively because the EU directives are here to stay, so we must respond. But also we must respond with clarity, we must respond with purpose, we must respond with a sense of unity. So the panelists that I have today are going to make sense of what that strategic response can be. And I would like to pose a question to all the panelists, and I request that they take at least between 3 to 5 minutes to respond to this question. And the question goes, how can African regional economic communities, including the ESC and the SADC, proactively engage in shaping the emerging EU sustainability directives instead of being reactive recipients? Thank you. I could start with you, Honorable Francine.
Thank you very much. It's a question of thinking about what we need and what we want. When we talk about business, we talk about trade. It's not about one-way negotiation or one-way approach, as it has been observed in the relationship between the European Union and Africa. I'm talking about Africa because we are leading there. We are encouraged to act under economic blocks as a East African community, as SADC, as ECOWAS and the other blocks. But the lead and the trend and the outcome we need is to see the Africa forming a union. We seem to have it as an African Union, but at our level of observing, it has not yet delivered what we need as the European Union is doing. So now our question is, because the excuse we have always is, we have been colonized by the European people. But this is since when? and we have grown up. Our children are now growing up. So our question is, since when are we going to put our excuse, the burden, to what has been done by our colonialists, how many years back? So now we are saying it's about leadership. Because our leaders, most of them, they are educated together with the members of those countries. So now when you can go, you are educated with them, you are going through the same policies, the same literatures, the same, everything is together. But when you come back to your country, you start saying, I has been colonized. So our question is, which kind of education do we give to our children? I may say our children are now confused. They say, finally, what is education? Because what they are learning at school, the reality of the experience they are supposed to have is different to the speeches we are giving to them. So it's now about the leadership of our countries to say, we take back what you have been experiencing, then we move forward. Moving forward, if we want a win-win in our negotiations with the European Union, is to say, what is our stand as Africa? And our stand as Africa is coming down through our regional blocks. The stand of SADC can't be different to the stand of East African community when it goes to go and negotiate with European Union. So my take here is, let's have one voice when you go to negotiate with European Union. Yes, we have those papers. They have already done something. They have written it to Africa. But when it comes to a win-win, we have to stand and say, we are not yet ready. Come, we go to the same table, we negotiate, then we move forward. Because they need our resources. They need our product. It's up to us now to know what do we want to sell to them. Secondly, as a member of parliament, the roadmap we are taking is, first of all, we have to make sure that the different organizations, the farmers, the cooperatives, all those related organizations, they are aware on what is going on. To make them aware, informed is to make awareness. So as a regional parliament, as a body at the regional level, we have to make sure that the farmers and all other related organizations, they know the conditions imposed by the European Union so that they can make a stand-up together. Secondly, from the awareness, they have those papers. The papers they are producing and submit to their governments. Before going to the regional level, we have to convince our government, because it's not our farmers who are negotiating with the European Union, it's our government. So they have to make sure, we have to make sure that our governments are taking into consideration our position as farmers, as cooperatives. Then from the government position, we put together the papers to the regional level. That's where now our work is coming in. Myself and Honorable Francoise, we are saying, from this dialogue you have, from this situation, this discussion where we are, what is our take? What are we going to put at the regional level? It will start from our committees, different committees, to inform them on what we have. It's another level of awareness. Then we go together to inform the assembly. Together we have a position. Which position we go and present it to the secretariat, because they are the ones supposed to coordinate the positions of all the governments. So throughout that process, we are saying maybe, because it's our voice, but which voice is now have to be together with the voice of our governments. If our governments are not committing to come together, our voice will be unified. So members attending this session help us to go again to convince our governments, to discuss with them to see if we can make something which will be sent to the European Union saying that if you are not coming back to negotiate with us, maybe we not stop our trade with them, but at least we will impose other conditions so that they come back and negotiate again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. A round of applause for Honorable. Thanks for raising those very pertinent issues. And before I get to the next speaker, I would like to throw some clarity around maybe the responses so that we can appreciate what exactly can we do in the short term, or in the medium term, and in the long term. Because when you look at the European Union Deforestation Regulation, for medium and large companies, compliance has to be by end of this year, December in this year. And for small enterprises, compliance has to be by June next year. So it means we need both immediate or short-term responses, medium-term and long-term. And could we anchor these responses around the policy design, strategic responses to salvage the situation? Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Olivia.
Thank you, Herbert. When we were talking when we were listening in the morning presentation, I was like, so they're giving us deadlines, but these deadlines, it's like they're trying to make everyone fitting in one size, and it cannot work like that, because we produce differently, and we're in different sizes in our countries as well. So what they need to do is to give us time to transition. They're imposing us all these policies, but we are not ready. And when we're not ready, we cannot trade with them. Since they need us to trade with them, we need even ourselves to say, you know what, we need time for us to be able to transit, because these things are very expensive for us as well. The policies that they're putting on us, what we need to comply with, they're not cheap. And maybe for large scale, but for the small scale, as we spoke in the morning, this is their livelihood. The agriculture that they're doing, the production that they're doing is their livelihood. They cannot be imposed more tariffs on them or more policies on them. So we really need time for us to be able to continue, and also having more time is for us to be able also to assess what's good for us and what's not good for us. And as the Honorable said here, we have to have our own narrative as well when we go to the table. Not for us to go to the table without nothing and then they're giving us like, oh, these are the conditions that we need for us to go on. We need to have something for ourselves as well. We need to know our power at the end of the day. We have all these materials that they need. So can we also have our say? Because these materials, without them, they won't have business with us, is it not? Yeah, so that's another thing. Also, we have started here with stakeholders engagement, but we need more of these. We have this at EAC level, but we need at country level as well. We need to go down to the mashinani so that all of us who are trading can understand what's going on. Because, I don't know, maybe there are even media people, I'm not sure if we have media in the house, do we? We need to have them as well so that they can be able to lay this message out there so other people will understand. What else was I going to say? About resources. We need resources, fine, but we have to be careful with the resources as well, because if they're the ones, if we're going to ask for the resources from the EU, if they're giving you resources, they can even shape what you're talking about. So we need to work on our own resource mobilization domestically so that we can be able to say, this is our own tech, this is our own narrative. Otherwise, if they fund us in everything, we cannot have our own say. I'll end up there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for raising those very pertinent issues. A round of applause for Comrade Olivia. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Bachusa.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, world over, the best approach to all cross-cutting projects, there should be initiatives, it is bottom to top approach. I tell you, you can take an example. You know, really, we need to really Africanize some of these issues. I can give you an example. Who of you here dreams in foreign language? Give me an example. Put up your hand if you dream in English. No, I mean, you may laugh, but this is a pertinent issue. Let me tell you, all of you talk about dreams. I don't know. Some of you are older than me. You must have built what you have based on your dreams. Even those ones younger than me have dreams. But do you have those dreams in English? Then what? In your local language. What does that speak to? What does that speak to? Bottom to top approach. That's what we do in Uganda. He has been speaking about that we need to do something that of short term and what. Let me tell you something funny, case study. I told you politics is funny. Down there in Uganda, walls don't speak, okay? We had the EUDR regulations came into play. Ministry, my Minister of Agriculture set on it. They tried to approach, tried to use the UCDA, Uganda Coffee Development Authority. They failed to penetrate down to the people. What they did, they ran to Uganda. Do you know why? Because Uganda speaks about what? Culture, that identity. The drum is sounded based on culture. That look here, we don't do this here. Look here, we don't cut a tree to plant this. Look here, and fun enough, I don't know what is in Kenya, I don't know what is in other countries, I don't know what is in Rwanda, but in Uganda, it is just generic in the sense that we all have clans and we have totems. And you know the totems in Uganda? They're nature. People have totems in the form of a plant. People have totems in the form of animals. People have totems in forms of what? Mountains and valleys. Do you know what that speaks to? Preserve nature. Because if my totem is a kobe, do you know kobe? A kobe is a plant. It's a type of food. I will not cut down or cultivate or destroy that plant because I have a special attachment to it. And that will preserve nature. It's a type of food that grows in the forest. If my totem is maybe a lion, I will not kill the what? The lion. I'll preserve it. So what does that speak to? Then these people come down, okay? Bottom approach. Everything will be done. And fun enough, Maif has come to Uganda. And I want to tell you, it is now Bukadev trying to sound the drum to the farmers to tell them go and register your gardens for EUDR. And the feedback we are getting, allow me use my language. I told you I dream in Uganda. That why do you first fail and then you run to what? To Uganda. Because they had the 6 months to the implementation of this regulation. Guys have failed. But let me tell you, down there where I come from, if the premier, that is Katikiro, when he speaks, no question, no answer, the action is one, march. Because they know he can't give them what is wrong. But now here, people don't trust government. Whatever the good something is, they will not do it. Because they know they have tested. You know, once bitten by the snake, twice what? So Europeans have done, I told you also don't speak. They have done a multitude of wrong things to Africans. I don't know if you believe me. I want to see someone putting up their hand who does not believe what I'm trying to say. They have really done dangerous. Remember COVID. COVID came down here. People were dying. Immunization was a terrible nightmare. And yet this was people's lives. They were telling them, immunize. And do you know why they were fearing? Because drugs had come from where? Europeans. They don't trust them. I'm sorry if I might be offending anybody, but that is the reality. But now here down there in Uganda, when government ran to Kabaka, that is Uganda, people went and immunized. People went and immunized. Now, there's something that is burning right now. It is malaria. Malaria is a problem. People are dying of malaria. Now, World Health Organization thought of something to immunize malaria, but it's now becoming a nightmare. It's a hard log to carry for government. Now they have run still to what? To Uganda, to tell the people, the masses, that immunization is not wrong, that this drug is not what? Dangerous. So what does that speak to? When you involve the local people, something will be done cheaply. She has been mentioning about resources. Uganda, we don't collect taxes. We don't do anything, but activities are done with passion. Let me tell you, with the love and passion. You don't need resources, but just sensitize the people. Make the people belong, be part of this. Let me tell you, we were discussing that lunch, break time, about the rain patterns changing in East Africa region. It is because of deforestation. Everyone is seeing it in black and what? And white. You don't need to dream on that. You don't need even to talk until cows come home about that, because everyone can see that. What do you need to do? Involve the people. Bring them on board. As I conclude, in Uganda, we have something, an initiative that has been there since the generations and generations, my ancestors. It is called Bulungi Wansi. Those ones who come from Uganda know what it means. Bulungi Wansi, what does it mean? Whites came in Uganda. They could kind people to have wells, prepare roads or maintain roads, caning them. They had failed until when the Kabaka came out and told, guys, this is our responsibility. They termed it Bulungi Wansi. As I speak to you now, every cell, every LOC, every village in Uganda, Buganda region, has a specific day for Bulungi Wansi. Even if you work in a specific office, at top level, you get out of your comfort zone, put on the gumboots, and join the masses, and you do Bulungi Wansi. If we go that way, I think this thing could not be a topic anymore. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Bachusa, and for sharing experiences from Buganda Kingdom and presenting Buganda Kingdom as a case study and how it's done in Buganda. Thank you. Over to you, Reverend Maforo.
Thank you so much. I wouldn't want to agree more than what he has been saying. There is that very powerful saying that says, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. The top-down approach is really messed up in terms of our approaches. So I think we need to start to imagine a way that simplifies even our research materials for advocacy, because all these documents, they are very technical documents that do not make sense to an ordinary smallholder farmer, that do not make sense to an ordinary small trader. So it is important, I feel, that as we imagine the way forward, we need to engage policymakers and us getting involved so much to simplify the implications of these EU directives. Because gathered here, it is very easy to decipher and understand them, what it is. But for an ordinary person in the street, as the church, we do meetings, behind the church are masses. And our masses come from poor backgrounds. We bring them together. They say, When you even say EU, what is that? So there are many issues that we speak in abstract terms that we need to bring down to the understanding of common people. In terms of conservation, allow me just to share a small case study as well, that Zimbabwe introduced a simple system of conservation agriculture, whereby they went to the smallholder farmer and teach them that a number of square meters you harvest, there are so many seeds, and you harvest so much from that small land. So even when there's no rain, we call that Fumvudza, which means even in the little rain that is there, but because that process was able to engage communities. So if we are going to be talking about the impact of the EU policies to the grassroots people, we need to form and frame our ideas within the language of the people, within the language of the lived experiences of our communities. And secondly, now to our level as the civic society and the policy people, it's important to look at building capacity. I remember when we engaged the government in one conversation, one organization presented something and the government simply said, this is a shallow paper. So I think we also need to look at how to build capacity within ourselves to stand shoulder to shoulder with the technocrats that are in parliament, that are in different areas of government. And within the Zimbabwe Council of Churches, what we have done, we have created different units. We have a business advocate, economic justice unit. When we're engaging the Reserve Bank governor, we send that team, people who are technocrats in that area. So what I'm simply saying is we really need to look at how we build capacities within ourselves, the training, the technical assistance, and the resource support that is homegrown within ourselves. The challenge that I always see is that we have a tendency of reinventing the wheel. The way we look at from our side is that the church already has structures within a community. So we don't need any funding to create structures, but look at how to maximize the structures that are already established, whether they are village structures, whichever community, let's use the resources that are there. But we find sometimes we go out there, go with a structure, impose a structure, instead of saying what structures are existing in communities, then engage that ecosystem of those structures. Then my final submission is on the Internet of Things. If we are going to be looking at a paradigm shift in terms of how we do trade, how we engage business, how we engage the European Union, let's also bring the conversations of ICT for the information technology for development into these conversations, so that we do not continue to operate in silos where people who do conferences on ICT, they meet on their own. People who do conferences on agriculture, they meet on their own. I think we need to start bringing agriculture into the conversation of ICT4D, so that we look at how do we use the Internet of Things to improve the supply chain optimization? How do we use the Internet of Things to bring about smart agriculture and even efficient logistics and transportation between the smallholder farmer to the marketplace? So by so saying, we then need a multidisciplinary approach that brings together different stakeholders to this conversation, so that we are able to structure our homegrown policies, but together with all other international policies together. The technical people are there, in our colleges, in our universities. Let's go to our universities. There are young people that are there. Let's partner the agriculture faculty together with the communications faculty. Let's use the media as well. She spoke about the media. Besides being a pastor, I'm also a journalist. I see the value of the fourth estate in terms of helping shape, set agendas for our communities through the media. So I believe we really need to look around all those facets and make sure that whatever comes from EU, it is translated in a simpler language. Our people, when it comes to news time, they are there. So we need to ask ourselves what information is being channeled through our news agencies to the people in a simple way that after the news they say, now I understand this policy. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Maforo, for those insights. Great perspectives indeed. Over to you, Ms. Jane Kenya.
Okay, thank you, and I concur with my panelists here. From the community perspective, I think I believe, and we have seen it working, the issue of justice, and justice would come whereby we will consider our community as knowledge holders so that we do not prescribe to them everything. Our role will be to take to them the information, and the community is given time to dialogue on the kind of policies or issues that are coming from the global level, and at their level, using their own structures that are already existing in the communities. Like, for example, we have the clanship, we have even the community groups that are mobilized together, we have farmers group. Let them dialogue those issues and see how are those issues going to affect us at our level. Then, as the CSOs and as networks, whatever feedback is coming from is now, that is what we take and now see, put it into perspective within those laws that are being written. And therefore, I concur with the Buganda community. It is true the bottom-up approach really works well, because you are taking the issues to the right holders and who are also the knowledge holders. So the issue of prescription should not be there. And this should be happening immediately, because if we have the timelines, then we have to look for ways of ensuring the people have the information, they have the knowledge, they have dialogue, and then they're also giving out their feedback within the prescribed time. Then the other issue with regard to the communities, especially the communities that we work with on issues of culture, we really have to look at the issue of intellectual property rights, because culture is in itself is like intellectual property. How are we handling these issues? So as we are talking about the EU, as the EU is prescribing or giving out the trade laws, let's also consider that we have the indigenous communities, or we have the communities, and that right needs to be respected and considered in our trade. And we talk about the community, and the whole issue that we at the ABN, we advocate for is about the resilience of that community. As much as we may want to say colonization affected us, so we need to rebuild back and go back, take maybe the communities to the states whereby they feel they have the confidence. We know they are the knowledge holders, but some of them may not have the confidence. They don't believe they have the confidence because of the way we have taken them to be, especially the elite and the education system. So immediately is also to build the confidence of the community, so that through their dialogues, they see themselves as a key stakeholder in all these discussions. Then regionally, we can do the regional advocacy together, because, and this we have done, like in East African community, we normally have coalitions, meetings, we do research together on the issues that affecting us, and this should continue so that we dialogue, especially as CSOs and the media and incorporating the government and the partnership, the private sector, to forge a way forward on how this trade will benefit or affect us, and then give proposals. We need solidarity, especially as regards the production process. It has to be in a justified way, especially taking care of the women. This especially I would regard to the issues of trade to do with extractives and even agriculture. We have seen cases of and experiences of where there has been many issues to do with women and even youth, you know, so many bad practices that are happening there, and they need to be taken care of. We cannot talk of justice or equity if there is oppression. So we have to be very, very keen about that. And sexual exploitation should end in all these trade laws, and there should be ways of ensuring that that is well taken care of to the perpetrators, regardless of who they are, because we have seen so many repercussions. I come from T zones, and I have grown in T zones, and I don't want to remember the stories of my girlhood, so it's bad. It's really bad, and yeah. So we really need to take care about what is happening there, and justice has to be given to the women. And now we are talking about not just the women, girls, boys. Yeah, within those estates, there is so much that is happening. There is so much rotten things that are happening there. This is in addition to the chemicals that are being sprayed to the crops. I remember one of my aunties passed on because of throat cancer. I was very young then, and it's today that I relate and I think, oh, it could have been the chemicals. You know, she would wake up very early to go and pick tea, and they spray, but nobody educated us about these issues, about chemicals and how to handle the chemicals. The most critical thing I remember when I was growing up, especially, it was about the number of kgs that you pluck tea. You are thinking about how much you are going to earn, but after earning that after picking the tea and earning that money, most of it went to the hospital because you are going to deal with the diseases. So there's a lot to be done, even in the dissemination of information in the big farms, in the agricultural sector, coffee, tea, and the rest. And even to the smallholders who are using these chemicals, how are you going to handle that? Because we don't want to die. And as we are dying, it also means that the environment is also dead. Let's take care of those small things, even in the EU. Let's be keen, and those who are going to be keen is us, who are interacting with those. How are they taking care of every aspect of the community that we will be dealing with? Yeah, and yes, so I talked about the intellectual property, so we need to respect the Convention on Biodiversity, Biological Diversity, Article 8J, keenly, and take care of all the genders. Yeah, trade comes with good things, and there is a reason why people trade together. It's to create an environment conducive maybe for employment, for other partnerships, but it also comes with other negative aspects that we need to look into. So strategically, I would say that as we are looking at these trade policies, let's look at the small issues that may not be taken care of, but they are affecting those vulnerable community members down there. And let us enlighten them And more importantly is how do we get to reach to them, because they are normally forgotten. Like, for example, if we asked for a meeting of the women in my village, I'm sure maybe most of them will not come, because they would say, if I come to this meeting, I may not be able to earn or to eat in the evening. So how are we taking care of that, even as we are disseminating this information to those vulnerable community members? So for me, is to say that the CSOs, the media, we have a big role. The government has also a big role, but we need to work together with the government in disseminating and ensuring that this information gets to all of us in our respective places, and let's catalyze wider action because it's all about it's about the harmony, it's about the solidarity, it's about the justice, and I know we can achieve it if we live in harmony with ourselves, culture, and nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Ms. Jane Kinya. So, comrades, this is a dialogue, and we all need to contribute to the discussion. So I'd like to have around 6 comrades ask any questions or contribute to the discussion. I request that Comrade Owen helps me to move around the microphone, and then we hear from all of us to collectively shape the discussion. And just to assure you that this is the last session, so let's actively shape the discussion. Because I see for the last session, what we were yet to discuss is already being discussed. So we might not get into the same again. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Mainji.
3 questions, 2 for Honorable Rutazana. The first one is to the whole group and actually to you, Herbert. What are the priorities for trade policy influencing advocacy that we need to advocate here? Because like we mentioned, the concept note that you sent to us is 4 policies and directives, but there is one that is critical, and I think Jane hinted a little. What we are grappling here in Kenya is the EU organic regulation. And part of it is already pushing a lot of the policies in Kenya. We are trying to get into the organic space in a big way so that we get there and trade in everything, including maybe in future our green peas, our avocados will be influenced by that regulation. But to Rutazana, how can we come up with a unified YALA response to the EU regulations, directives, knowing that Rwanda and Kenya have gone alone, whereas Tanzania and Uganda and the rest are actually giving us some bit of hope? How can you pull back the errant countries? And then the last question is, what are the structural inequalities between the developed, that is the EU, and some of the developing countries like Burundi, and how can we advocate for flexibilities and transitional measures, especially now that 2025 is here and December?
Thank you so much. We could get here, please.
Thank you so much, our able panelists. I don't know whether it's the right time to give some of my suggestions on how we can support smallholder farmers. Now that these regulations are with us, and there are countries already that have agreed, so somehow they may push through, but we need to now find mechanisms in how we can support our smallholder farmers. First of all, I think the government should be proactive in supporting our farmers in this way. Number one,
they can build the capacity of the farmers. Like in Kenya, we have, I don't know, also in other countries, within the Ministry of Agriculture, we have the agricultural officers, extensions officers who are doing training to farmers. We can capacity build first the extension officers, because these are new things that are coming in, help them understand so that as they interact with the farmers, they can help them to, they can enlighten them on these regulations and also make them understand what they really mean. So cascading these rules or making the whole ministry to understand this can also help a lot. Number two, governments can create national digital platforms to register farmers. Because I remember in the morning from the lived experiences we were getting that farmers are, the tools or the digital tools are very expensive for them, and you all understand the rural farmers, most of them do not have the smartphones. So it can be upon the government through the Ministry of Agriculture to the local regions to come up with the national digital platforms to register these farmers. Already it happened in Kenya, was it last year, when the government rolled out a program for registering all farmers in the country. So I believe this is something that can be done. Number three, government can support cooperatives and farmer group organizations so that they are given certifications. So to me, I feel that the government should take lead in helping our small farmers, our smallholder farmers to comply. And in just another way, I'm also thinking that if the EU are pushing for these regulations, maybe it's time also for the government to negotiate if they can provide funding for capacity building these farmers, because at the end of it all these raw materials go to their countries and they have already put on regulations. They can also request for funding so that our farmers are well equipped on these rules. I think those are some of my suggestions for now.
Thank you so much for those contributions. We could go to your neighbor right there.
Thank you. So, two things. I think the first thing, I concur with Madame, notre collègue de Rwanda. I think she made a very good point in terms of the continued, like the insistence on the politics of resentment. You know, that this happened to us, this happened. But actually, if you just dig a little deeper and you find who benefits from that type of political discourse, you find it's those who are in power who want to excuse their own failures, because it's a useful, if you keep that thing alive, it becomes a useful scapegoat. Of course, there's some foreigners, foreign powers who have issues with the Occidental. They also like to use that. And then also you have sometimes bourgeois busybodies who, you know, you're able to study abroad and you're able to have a house abroad and all that kind of thing. And the best that you can contribute to African policy discourse is to say that the colonials did this and the colonials did that and et cetera, et cetera. And then the second thing is, you know, Madame, she had a point about trying to create coordination. Maybe if we would emphasize where we can agree on facts and even the ability to hold in tension alternative perspectives. So my next example is about protectionism. So the African continent is extremely protectionist. But even after 60 years of protectionism, people who are pro-protectionists can't sit down and just have a conversation and say, let's just lay down the facts on the table and see what can we do. You know, unilaterally, you can lift some tariffs and probably help some people who are going through serious hardship. And just like that, you know, you've solved the problem for some people yourself. You didn't have to ask Brussels for it. You didn't have to ask AGOA for that. And so I think that those are points that should be discussed
as we continue to try what is the word? Try and what's that word? You're trying to get people to understand what's going on and spread the discourse. Is to ask, if this guy can't eat today, what are we doing ourselves to prevent that guy from eating? And what can even Kenya do, even if it goes alone? What can Kenya do to relieve this guy from his own pain? And to close that off, cheers.
Thank you so much for your contribution. We could come here, please.
I want to appreciate the panelists. They have really made my day, and they have talked very eloquently about these issues. It's not for granted. They came prepared, and all of us, we came to learn and understand. I think I'll just mention one or two issues regarding what we have been discussing, and one of them is my colleagues have suggested that let's just go away from the usual. For example, when you are going to capacity build farmers, most of our technical teams always believe the farmers don't know anything. They go with that notion and they start now giving information. I think it will be very important that our technical teams, when they go down there, allow the farmers also to tell you what they know, incorporate what they know, the ITK or the indigenous knowledge that they have. That will help us to move forward, and it'll give us confidence dealing with them. The other area that I want to talk about is as a bargaining tool or a bargaining statement. I think we have been talking investment from morning, that we have products, but these products are processed elsewhere. I will suggest that our negotiators, maybe talking to the multinationals and our trade partners, let's ask them to invest in our countries. If they are coming maybe to do coffee or tea or any other product, they do value addition here and then sell, so that it doesn't look like we have given them on a silver platter. Lastly is the labor relation laws that go with the multinationals. They are very wanting in our countries. I have a little experience all over. It looks like they have created employment, but at the end of the day, as my sister was mentioning, at the end of the day, either you come out with a disease, or you come out not even achieving your goals, why you went there. So let's also renegotiate the terms and conditions these farmers or these groups, the people who work for this multinational, the farmers and everybody else, the community. Let's look at that, those labor relations laws, that if I'm working in a factory, I must be protected under on any hazards that will come with that job that I'm doing. I think that would be very important, because we have lost so many people in these countries. After a while, I think the other week, either KTN or Nation was giving in Kenya here, it was giving a statement on how many people have died in Meru and other counties because of chemical application to their crops and the products. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those contributions. Yes, Owen?
Okay, thank you.
And then we could proceed at the back.
Okay. Thank you, Herbert. And thank you to our panel on this. I think I have a question to everyone. As we've discussed throughout that day, and for the need for diversification and the need for us to look internally. Today's discussion's focus was on coffee specifically. And I think I've had a bilateral with Mr. Wilfred on the issue, again, we need to address of the culture. Because for coffee production and consumption, as we hope to look internally specifically for coffee, how can we address our culture? I think we had a discussion, as I mentioned, Uganda has a coffee production culture, but we do not have a consumption culture. So as we hope to look internally as a region, and at the EU level, I think the summit categorized coffee as a strategic product, or as a strategic crop. for the continent. But then in our RECs, in our countries, and in our communities, how can we improve the coffee drinking culture to kind of address that specific issue of looking internally and finding internal markets for the coffee, to kind of address the issue of dependence that have all agreed is a big issue that we need to address.
Thank you so much, Owen. You could proceed at the back. And of course, after our comrade, we could continue right there.
Okay. Well, I have 3 suggestions to make and then a question. Well, specifically on the deforestation regulations, it's of course true that probably some of the coffee farmers or whatever products that have been listed in that list are being produced on land that had forest, whether it's private forest or there was an encroachment. But the reality also is there is production that is happening in forest that was not under trees. And therefore, if I'm a policymaker, and thank God we have policymakers today here, or I'm a head of a cooperative or a large group that has significant members, what I'll be asking myself is to separate the issues. So one issue is there are people who can actually fulfill the regulations. All they need is 3 types of support. And Mercy stated that there is the issue of time. Do we have enough time to actually do that? There's the issue of cost. Can a Ugandan who is required to have 5 million, I think that's Ugandan shillings, to follow these, achieve that? And there is the capacity of being able to do it. Well, I might have the money and I can meet the time, but do I have the capacity to do what I'm being asked to? And so, as a policymaker, I would ask myself, who is in the chain of that? There is the farmer. There is the company who buy the product to export it. And there is government. How can we sit and support those who can be able to meet the regulation? But there is a different problem of those who have contravened the regulation. And so here we have to ask ourselves, if I owned land and trees were more beneficial to me in the market, and then they stopped, so I transitioned. So this requires a different type of negotiating with Europe to tell them, okay, fine, this is a private person who is entitled to their property rights, and they decided to go to coffee, then we need to renegotiate on that. That might take longer, and that's why we need to separate these 2 issues. Because once we bulk them together, I won't go in Moranga and tell the coffee farmers, you know what, we disagree with these rules, we'll not follow them. They'll tell you, I'm planting my coffee, this has never been a forest, all I need to do is follow the rules, I want to sell my coffee because in a few days, school will open and I need school fees. So once we separate those 2 issues, it's important because even when you're negotiating, you have factual ways and separated, and you can do that. And therefore, and based on what Mercy said, and I'm saying this because she was very direct on what the problem is, what time is required, and what cost is required for Uganda. I'm sure Kenya can do the same, Rwanda can do the same, and all the countries involved. Everybody can map that. And therefore, since I work in a think tank where we do research, now my question is the people who sit in policy influential position. What can we do to ensure that we give you the data on if we are going to renegotiate and say we need more time, how much time, how much cost, and what support do we need? What can we do to support you so that the moment you're representing us or you're making this argument or negotiation to anybody, you'll have enough evidence, therefore improving your power to actually renegotiate this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We could end with our comrade right there. Or we could end here with, okay. Comrade Elizabeth, Mercy, needs also to make a submission after. We could go to her. Thank you.
Thanks, Albert. Thanks to the panelists. My mind is very direct to my brother from the kingdom. The history of the kingdoms all over the world is they also conduct trade. In your submission, you shared how the government came to you in terms of convincing or government wanting to work with the farmers, but didn't share with us how you conduct trade. And our discussions here is about trade. I don't know if the Kingdom of Baganda also has bilateral agreements on trade with other nations or with other kingdoms, and if you could borrow from it, because you know we are tied up on how to proceed with all these directives. I don't know if the Baganda Kingdom also has directives on the kind of foods that comes into the kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know the panelists are jotting down the questions as they come up, and they will adequately respond. Thank you. We could go to Mercy.
Thank you so much, panelists and the rest of us. I don't know whether I stand to be corrected. I don't know whether I'm going ahead of myself or from the discussions we've had from the panelists, we are hinting about government involvement. And I personally also mentioned about that. But we all know back at the head of our minds about if we are to have government involvement in this, where is the government, like, if I may use Uganda, where is it benefiting from? We all know the corruption behind, let me say, our countries. So mainly that, for example, in what I've really noticed on ground is, if you want to push a deal ahead, who are the beneficiaries? Are there people on top of the deal that are directly going to benefit? And how are we as people looking at the roadmap and advocacy going to mitigate that? For example, if we are looking at mobilizing the resources, yes, now we have the resources in play. How are we going to guard against the corruption bit of it? You see, in coffee, even despite the fact that the market has been high, going high, it is not evident that the lives of all farmers have changed. Why? Most of the profits are going to the middlemen, to the exporters, to the government, and still the person producing the commodity is still struggling to maintain to afford a minimum living standard. So where are we leaving the corruption bit in our dialogue? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we should recognize that corruption is also an economic activity in our different economies, and we must do something. But the corrupt are not enterprising because the money is not really creating jobs, not doing anything. So it's a cancer that we have to curb. Thank you. Honorable, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I started by apologizing because I stepped out. I could not follow the entire discussions, but maybe my first intervention as a question is about, you know, the gathering here, all of us, because the time I read for my very first time about this theme, reassessing the impact of EU trade policies on African agricultural trade and advancing all those things. I immediately thought of like harmful products that are coming from Europe, like highly hazardous chemicals. Those are fertilizers, pesticides that are harmful to our health, are causing environmental degradation, and even landing into our water bodies. So I'm afraid we will wind up without talking about this main issue, and we're talking of trade, you know, because we also took like one way of looking into indigenous support, like said by one of the previous participants, about supporting local food, supporting organic food, produce, and so on. And then I would appeal that we make sure we bring this on the agenda, because we will also be advocating for this, because it's really tough and it's deep. If we can't talk for ourselves, and we are having a panel of experts from Europe, European Union, themselves advocating for Africans, so that all of these highly hazardous chemicals that are being traded, not even traded, dumped into Africa, that could stop. But the voice that is raising is from the European Union itself. You see, it's a shame. It's a shame on us. So you have to look into this. And lastly, I was also intrigued by the kingdom. Thank you very much. The son of the king, the Baganda kingdom, the son of the soil. It's what we say. So I'm curious to see how productive is that land, how productive it is. You know, I was imagining like the kingdom, like aside, you know, far from Kampala, from all these things we can see that are giving us stress. And then I would like to, you know, to ask if you can use Africa, Siatini, you can take us there. Seeing is believing, and maybe we'll change our minds as you brainstorm and appeal to the European Union to leave us alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable, and thank you to all of you comrades for those supplements, those questions. But before I take it back to the able panelists, I would like to pose this last question to you as you make your last intervention, your parting shots. You could respond to the same. If there were 3 key priority actions that African countries must take within the next 4 months, what would those priority actions be? Because, for example, the EUDR, the deadline for large and medium-sized companies, enterprises, is December this year. So we have nearly 4 months to comply. And then for small enterprises, it's June next year. So what are those top 3 priority actions that we can take? Is it an issue of retooling extension workers like one of the comrades raised? Is it an issue of policy? What can we do in the short, medium, and long term? Thank you so much. As you address the questions, we could start from Ms. Jane Kenya, and then we'll proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. I wanted to, Mercy, you have asked about involvement of the government and the issue of corruption. Just to comment on that a bit. I think we have a successful case in Kenya on how government can influence, especially on agroecology, because it's this issue of starting from the ground. You see, at the county level, we saw in Kenya the agroecology policy began with one of the counties, and now it's at the national level. So as much as there is corruption, we also have people of goodwill in the government, and you only need to know how to strategically work with the government and where to begin. And we have seen in Kenya that many counties are embracing this issue of agroecology. They want to do there's so much that is happening on issues of policy, even on issues of this culture. It's starting at the county level. So we have different levels of government, and therefore, and I think we have seen what is happening. People are dying of so many things, cancer, all these diseases, and you would be blinded to think that not to act now. And there is goodwill. For me, there is goodwill, not only here in Kenya, in Africa. And I believe as much as the government is for all, they also have a big stake in the work that we are talking about. Yeah, so for me, the first key priority is actually information dissemination, because even as we are speaking here, as I'm also here, I'm just thinking about the work that we are doing and how much we have entrenched or disseminated about the whole issue of EU. So for me, that will be a priority. Information sharing, educating, creating awareness on what it is, and then forging a way forward or giving proposals on how we would, on the changes that would need take place. And this would be happening at the country level, but at the regional level, the East African, I think we really collaborate well. The whole issue of coalition building has worked well for the East Africans. I can attest to that from the time I've been in the African Biodiversity Network. If there are issues, we come together, and we really, we are usually in solidarity when it comes to some of the issues. So even some of the regional workshops like this would be necessary, and I believe each organization would be willing to contribute, because it's a worthy cause. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jane Kenya. I would like to request that we take the microphone we pass on the microphone to Honorable Francine Rutazana, because she has to catch her flight. So she would make her contribution, and then we'll let her leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the floor. Allow me to start by a short story about the process, the journey of negotiation during the signing of EPA in 2010. That was the 2010, right? Madam Jean, it was 2010 when EPA was signed interim. So I remember the journey we took as a civil society. I was one of members representing the civil society in Rwanda, but we had another regional team which was negotiating and trying to engage with the government in our partner states until the end, when the signing took place in Dar es Salaam, I think. That was Dar es Salaam, 2010. So why am I bringing this is I saw how the civil society was strongly engaged and had a very strong position with arguments coming from the farmers themselves. The farmers, the cooperatives, here and there, we had a strong team, and wherever we went for the civil society advocacy, we made sure that we are inviting the government people to come. When you are with them, you give them time to present what they have as their position. They present their position as a government, then you come in to give the other alternative argument you are now bringing in because of the reasons advanced by the ground. That time, I remember, it helped the civil society to convince the government. Okay, let me say do not sign, even if at the end we saw Kenya signing and Rwanda signing. That was a bit after. Then we wanted to ask, what came in? What did you do for us? Because we were together when we were negotiating. They said, you people, there are some inside benefit you don't know, and for us, we have to look at the big picture as a country. So now we are, let's say we are in the same scenario, whereby we go by one voice, but at the end, Kenya, as it was, they said, we have more benefit than other members of the community. Kenya is a developed country, as we call it. Developing country, as we call it. But if we go inside to see the level of living of the big number of its population, it's always almost the same as the rest of the population in other countries. Yes, we have a class which is governing economically, but the big number is almost living as for other people in other countries. So now, having a position which is trying to have a common, a middle understanding of what do we need to the EU, I think it can work. It can work, and my take on this is, let's, as members of the civil society and farmers, let's go and correct. The objectivity has to be there to try to avoid the corruption, to avoid the single benefit we need as big fish for those large and medium companies. They can say, don't mix our interest with the interest of the small. But at the end, if we have a small take, a take which is now benefiting to the small scales, that will give another level of chance to those who are at the large and the medium, because they will benefit from the small conditions we are imposing for our small scales. So at the end, if we agree to have the same voice together, then impose some particular conditions, because in trade you have to negotiate terms and conditions. And Herbert is saying we are approaching the deadline, but the deadline has been imposed by AU. Let's now impose ours and say we are not ready. I don't know why we can say they have already given, we are given conditions, but conditions have to be negotiated between two parties. Both parties have to agree on what we need if we go for trade. We used to work in the civil society where some partners, development partners, came from Europe to say, if you wanted to benefit from our grant, those are our conditions. It happened. I don't know if it happens even today, but I remember 2010, 2009, 7, they came, they imposed. At a certain level, we said, because we knew that they need us. They needed us. They needed partners to give their money. If they are in the embassies in your countries, they have an envelope for the civil society. So they have to give that money to some people. So now you have to impose your conditions. As members living in that country, you agree with them, then they give money, you work. It's the same. Here we have to impose our conditions. We have to talk to them. This is working, this is not working. Give us like one year so that we try to see if we can have a common ground for your benefits and our benefits. That will work, absolutely, I know. So for Kenya, for Rwanda, for other countries which can come with the other positions, it's now our homework to see how we can go regionally and try to meet them and have a common understanding on what do we need to benefit to the East African community, rather than selling our region as if we don't know what we need. There is another question posed regarding the flexibility and the transitional measures from the AU. Those ones will come in when we will be reviewing our terms and conditions. So that's why you have to sit together and see what do we need. The AU has already given his take, but what is our take? We go on the ground, we go on the table, we negotiate, then we agree on something. If we don't agree, we wait a bit. There is no hurry for us to go and give our region as if we don't have a generation in the future which we need to protect for their livelihood and subsistence. I think this is my take on this.
Thank you so
question.
much, Honorable, for those very wonderful insights. A round of applause for Honorable. And we have to let her leave now. But Honorable, as you leave, would like to thank you very, very much for honoring our invitation and being with us throughout the entire session. We were with you yesterday, and today we've been with you. And in your capacity as the chairperson for the Communication, Trade and Investment Committee, you've made several commitments, and we would like to promise you that it's not ending here. The outcome of this will be the communique that we will share with you, and we will continue to engage. Thank you so much. Johnny Masses. So I'd like to let Comrade Olivia make her last contribution and parting shots. Thank you.
Thank you, Herbert. There was a lady, I think she was sitting here, she talked about digitizing, like having a platform for to register the small-scale farmers. I think it's possible through the Chambers of Agriculture, I think it's called. Because in mining, we have that for small-scale miners, they are digitalized. Owen, you asked about us producing coffee, and then we're not consuming. Maybe we should have the culture of having coffee. I remember we've been saying this thing like a joke, what has made Africa not to develop? We produce what we don't consume, and we consume what we don't produce. So we're still there. I'll give an example on olive oil. It's the only oil in the world that has been deemed safe for our health. But we have sunflower oils, avocado oils, but maybe because it's from Africa, we are told it's not safe. We can continue using olive oil, which is very expensive, and then our oil is not good for our own health. So that's something for us to think about, huh? Not just to think about, but then maybe our ministries of health, have they really invested in research to see, is it true that our oils are not deemed healthy for our health? 60 years on, we're still saying the same thing, producing what we don't consume, consuming. Yeah. On the 3 key priorities for Africa to take, I'll say, let's go back to the negotiation board and maybe start again. In the morning, we talked about our negotiators. What did we say? To assess the challenges that are coming with these policies. Let's go back there and see what we can do. And then we need to align, we need alignment of trade policies, agriculture within the tripartite to avoid contradiction and fragmentation of policies. And also, we need to have unity without looking at our own sovereignty. Let's take an example of the EPA. Rwanda has signed, Kenya has signed, and then the other AEC members have not signed. Let's look at what can benefit us all. Let's look at that unity that made us start the EAC community and not look at I'm a developed country, I'm not getting all these other favors that you guys are getting. Can we sit down and see and agree on what can be beneficial to both of us? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Olivia. A better round of applause for Comrade Olivia. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Bachusa.
Thank you. I don't know, maybe I might sound controversial, but I'm wondering, we're saying Africa, Africa, Africa. But let me tell you, we shall not change anything if we don't, first of all, be proud of our culture. Look here, the mode of communication here. We would be speaking now in our local language, countries' languages. I'm telling you. Swahili, he's asking me to speak Swahili. Try me. Let me tell you, let's embrace this from the word go. Go to China now. Will you speak English? Go to Japan. Let me tell you, if we
keep speaking, I don't know if I'm offending anybody, English, you will not change anything. Back where I come from in Uganda, we communicate in Uganda, even writing. In Uganda, even if it is policy, all policies in Uganda, policy, they're in Uganda. I'm telling you, every document, unless we are communicating outside the Uganda region, but everything in Uganda, even the employees, the appointment letters are in Uganda. Everything. Let me tell you, there you will think uprightly. You will get to understand that something was snatched away from us. And we need to think forward. That one as an icebreaker. She mentioned and said, I think Honorable, that how is Uganda managing land? I told you it is the strongest kingdom in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. We have an entire fledged land board. It's called Buganda Land Board. You can Google. Everything is in Uganda. Those ones coming from Uganda, I can tell you. Let them put up their hands if I'm lying. I'm telling you, it is in black and white, Uganda. And everything is there. We know how land issues are handled genetically from our ancestors. You know how you handle it up to now. There is no investor, if you want to thrive, if you want to perform, if you come to Uganda and you don't visit Uganda, you're in the wrong place. All those people you see, MTN, all of them, their first place was Buganda. And they have penetrated the market because I would say it is the mastermind behind. So what are we saying? She talked about, Owen, we are discussing on the plane in the lobby about the same topics almost. To cement what she has just said. We have not failed to consume what we produce locally. In Uganda, because Buganda sounded the loudest drum of coffee planting, we call it a Mwanyi Tedimba program. Those ones coming from Buganda know it. It is a must. It is mandatory. Whenever you are introducing a woman, you must take coffee in Uganda. Those ones from Uganda, please support me. Am I lying? You must take coffee. I'm telling you. And there is now we produce the real coffee, drinking coffee. It's called Kawa Porogoma. You must take it. Yes, you must take it I mean, some of the things you are taking to your in-laws. Kawa and Porogoma. And even the moderators ask you, Ozene Kawa, have you come with coffee? They ask you. If you have not come with it, you sort yourself. That one is, I don't know, it is a simple gesture, but it sends the loudest message. Come visit my office. The first thing I'll serve you is coffee. We shall discuss with a cup of coffee. Because we believe it is the cash cow, it is the only way thing that will turn around Uganda. Uganda used to have copper. Mines were closed. It was depleted. We used to have cotton. Cotton soils could not hold cotton anymore. In Uganda, just a few remaining regions in the north, it cannot do anymore. So the only thing, low-hanging fruit we are having in Uganda, it is coffee. And it is the only way we can get out of poverty and government reliance. In Uganda, there's a saying, what I say, government etuyambe, meaning government should come and help us. That is the worst message or sentence Kabaka wants to hear. He says, what is government? Let me tell you, who can tell me, you can put up your hand. Who is the president of Italy? Hello? Hello? Who is the president of Italy? Let me tell you, no. That is, microfinance came from Italy. You find a family has got a microfinance and stronger than you ever. Family members get issues and they are sorted within their microfinance. And they have gone to the extra mile families joining hands to construct their own roads. You can Google if I'm lying you. That's why government policies became irrelevant in Italy, though it might be the smallest what? State. But people solve their issues. Why? In Italy, everything is done in what? In Latin. Everything is done in Latin. Everything is in Latin. They embrace everything. So let's go back to that. Even these people, as you're negotiating to them, let's put it in their faces. They need us. They need the coffee. By the way, for information, they are the guys who need this coffee most than Africans. Take an example of Ethiopia. I've been discussing with Owen. Ethiopia is the leading producer of coffee in Africa. Are you aware? But Ethiopia is now number 2, the leading exporter of coffee. The question is, where do their coffee go? Ethiopians consume their coffee. They do consume their coffee. I don't know if you have happened to share a neighborhood with an Ethiopian. What aroma do you face in the morning? It is coffee. Wherever you go, coffee, 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 coffee. Let me tell you, if we don't do that anymore, I don't know, we are sleeping while walking, if I might say. Secondly, as another, he asked me, how does Uganda do the bilateral trade? This is something very well. Whatever you bring on table, where is the interest of Uganda placed? Is it number 1? Let me tell you. A certain example I can give you. Our central government, Uganda is one of the countries that has got several, I think there are multiple small cultural groups there. What central government did is to pay salary to the kings. Each king earns 5 million per month. But our Kabaka said, stay with your money. I don't need your money. You don't need to pay me, but give me back my property. And what I need is federal. Let me collect my taxes in my property. That's all. Okay? And he clearly sounds it. 2 months back, not even a month, I think 3 weeks back, because we are approaching elections, the government bought 2 new vehicles to each clan leader. Okay, kingdom leader. We call it a Penkone, this V8, strong V8 new model, approximately 600 million, and double cabin, approximately 300 plus million Ugandan shilling. But our king refuses those cars. He said, I don't need those vehicles. I need my property back. What does that speak to your ears? Let's not shift goalposts. Even if you are to die of poverty, we shall not die. We shall stand. I had my young sister there mentioning, she mentioned of the 3, she tried to give a deep dive of it. But I want to digress one. She talked of government extension workers. In my heart, I was laughing. How much do extension workers earn, madam, in Kenya? If I may ask. In Uganda, a graduate degree to study a degree in agriculture in Ugandan university, the cheapest money you'll part with, talk out with that degree, it's approximately 16 million. Yes. But poor lady, poor young boy, gets a job in local government. Do you know how much he will earn? I don't want to say it, because you will shed tears. No facilitation, no capitalization, no totally. And you tell that man to go deep there by barefoot, not even a locomotive given to him, to go and support a farmer. What will he do? You see, Buganda, where I sit, I man over 18 counties. In each county, there are 3 districts. Bukadefu operates. But I have got extension workers, doctors, agronomists, and vets. We managed to give each one a new motorcycle. I'm telling you, Bukadefu. We don't earn salary anywhere. But they are facilitated, they are given motorcycles, but government cannot do that. So what does that speak to you? Allow me use that. That is like urinating in the sea, thinking you increase water levels, which cannot happen. Another one I can tell you, another one I can mention is, now, he mentioned of kingdoms do conduct trade. That's what I mentioned. The kingdom's interests must be well spelled. In Uganda, there are 5. You'll meet me out there, I will tell you what are the 5 key interests of Uganda Kingdom. They're well spelled, and they are written on Google. You can even go there and get them. We call them in Uganda, Semasonga Etano. The 5 key pillars of Uganda. You must have them well placed for us to do with business with you. My 3 parting shots he asked about. Just simple like eating matoke. You know matoke is the staple food in Uganda. So here, allow me say, Herbert, we didn't eat food here because there was no matoke. Because now, very simple as it is. One is community mobilization and consciousness raising and trust building. Simple. That. The second one I could say, leadership building for development. You don't need to pray to the Almighty, as my brother Reverend here does, for Manu to fall. No. Just do the simplicity as the world was created. Simple and easy. You don't need to bring in the DYDX. No, no, no. People will understand, and the message will be home. Third, participatory data collection. For instance, in Uganda, we have structures in place. In Uganda, we have omutongole. Omutongole in English is the what? The L1 leader. Okay? Then we have the county leader. So we have structures in place up to when you reach the Kabaka. We even have Mayumba Kumi. Somebody who is in charge of the 10 what? Households. Let's give them work. They will give you data and reliable data. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, a better one. Thank you so much, Mr. Bachusa, Alfred, CEO Bukadefu, Buganda Cultural Development Foundation. Over to you, Reverend Maforo.
Thank you very much. I would really want to say, wow, the insights that have been shared here are mind-blowing. And if we ever learn, let's take some of these real and practical examples and use them. What is our response to the declarations by EU? They are saying this is the way things are to be done. For us, I believe we need to go back to the drawing board and look at the traditional ways that have been there to deal with deforestation. Let's not look at this as if it is a new phenomenon. Let's not look at this as if it's a new idea from European Union. Our chiefs, our communities, they have known traditionally and have systems. We have certain areas in our country where nobody cuts a tree without the king knowing. But we appear as if we have nothing to offer. So I think what we need to do is to, within ourselves as the African Union, is to look at what are the policy convergences regarding deforestation that we have, as we go back to the negotiation table with the EU and then say, yes, you have given us deadlines in respect to 1, 2, 3. But while there are those deadlines, we propose, by use of what our homegrown solutions, we can actually achieve the same targets in our own time, in our own way, and at the end of the day, achieve the same result. Then number two, I want to speak, I think some have already echoed the same sentiment in terms of the digital side of things. How many of us receive short messages from different organizations? Sometimes when we think about information technology, we think of smartphones, smart technology. There are many ways of simplifying technology. Technology is there to make life easier. I'll share with you, in my church where I'm the communication director, we devised a system of bulk messaging when we're dealing with malaria, to say when somebody goes to our hospital, when they are registered there, every morning they receive a message to say, have you taken your tablets? So I imagine a way of simplifying technology in a way that uses the simple devices, not even the smartphones. Telecommunications companies, they communicate with us different environmental messages, awareness messages. I believe if we are going to be engaging with our communities, let's also bring these kind of systems on board and find ways of looking at appropriate technology that helps deal with our people. Finally, action, action, action. We may speak and deliberate, spend days on the table. We need to come up with action points that we propose to our governments to say, from these conversations, we propose critical action points that we also even propose timelines, because we have a target that is set, and I think we need to come up with action points that are also timed, and which other stakeholders that we need to engage after this meeting, so that whatever we are then communicating brings together all other different organizations and technical people, but also then share with our governments that let's converge and bring about a homegrown solution. By doing simply that, I think the EU, instead of speaking to us, they'll listen to us, because we'll also speak to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those wonderful insights, Reverend Maforo. I think we are done. A round of applause to all our panelists. Thank you so much. I request that you take your seats. Thank you. Comrades, we did this. We have nearly reached the tail end, although not yet at the tail, but transitioning to the tail. I would like to quickly summarize some of the issues that have been raised by our able panelists. They have raised quite a number of pertinent issues raised by Honorable Rutazana Francine, who is the chairperson of the Communication, Trade and Investment Committee. She reminded us that trade is two-way. And from the earlier sessions, we appreciated that there are no free lunches in trade. And it's a give and take. So we have to negotiate our way to favorable terms and conditions. So it also links up with the whole issue of building our negotiating capacity. And from the earlier sessions, we also appreciated that the need for an ESC all SADC negotiating team or committee is important. So at the respective recs, we need to build a negotiating capacity. But the capacity also must entail understanding the far-reaching implications of trade and trade-related policies and agreements. And there was the whole issue of leadership. We need strategic leadership at the respective EAC secretariat level, at the respective AU level, but also even at the respective national level. We need leadership across. Leadership by our cultural institutions, leadership by the religious institutions, leadership by the government, relevant ministries, departments, and agencies. There was also the issue of multi-stakeholder engagement and approach, that you cannot engage on EU directives as the Ministry of Agriculture alone, when the Ministry of Trade has been left behind. But also, the relevant ministries have to be brought on board. There was the whole issue of unified voice in negotiating with third parties, but also the EU. And this cannot be arrived at if stakeholders are not engaged and consulted, because stakeholder consultations feed into a common position. They shape the common position. So that was emphasized. There was also the whole issue of not excluding or leaving behind the smallholder farmers, because by the design of the EU directives and the objectives and what is happening, given the pressures, the deadline, the compliance burden, it's like we're leaving behind the smallholder farmers, and yet they are holding the center of agriculture. So recognizing their contribution has to be top priority. There was also an issue around government doing its role. Government has to perform its role, and it's not a favor that government is supporting smallholder farmers, but that's a role that government has to play. And that came out, although there was one of the reactions that where is government benefiting? Indeed, government is there to serve the people, and smallholder farmers are part of the people, isn't it? So the government has to deliver on its mandate. And if the government becomes illegitimate, then in the next general elections, it goes home without packing the bags. So there was also an issue around the transitional period, the time for compliance. We are racing to the deadline. And what we need to bargain for as a region, as respective regional economic communities, is transitional period. Because we acknowledge and appreciate that EU directives are here to stay, isn't it? They are not going anywhere. They are well-intentioned. The cause of addressing deforestation, climate change is well appreciated. However, we must also invoke some of the, the issues around the burden, responsibility, the contribution to greenhouse gas emissions. Africa has less than 4%. And these industrialized developed countries have made really enormous pollution and release of greenhouse gas emissions. So the issue of a polluter paying has to be also centered in the discussions. The issue of common but differentiated responsibility also has to be centered. The issue of deepening stakeholder engagements was also emphasized, but also bottom up. That was very critical, and Ms. Jane Kenya raised that communities and farmers are the holders of the knowledge. So how can you do anything about farmers leaving them behind? It means their positions will not be captured, their knowledge, and the exclusion can actually fail implementation of policies because they will be participated rather than consulted. There was an issue around generating resources domestically to finance our priorities, domestic resource mobilization. That is very critical. And also to fund the compliance, but also beyond running around and reacting to what the EU is saying, we also need to develop our own certification systems. We also need to build our own traceability systems. That also links up with the whole issue of enhancing our preparedness in the face of dynamics, global dynamics. They're eye-openers, but we are still sleeping. So I think there should be wake-up calls for us to do something. Otherwise, we will be swallowed by the global forces, because the economies that are actually scrambling for critical minerals, for resources from Africa, are more powerful than Africa combined. So it means we have to come together, build regional solidarity at the respective rate level, and do it when it's still early. The whole issue of the intellectual property rights was raised, and it links up with the issue of data value chain. And from the earlier session also, I'm trying to connect the dots. Comrade Massey raised the whole issue of the due diligence statement, that a lot of private information is obtained. And who owns that data? Where does it go? Does it serve our own interests, or it's only utilized and exploited by those that collect it? The issue of simplifying information, and this simplification has to be to the level of farmers, the ordinary citizens, but not the simplification to the level of the elites, because you can claim that you have simplified, but to your level as an educated person. So the simplification has to be in local languages, and of course that's an issue that Mr. Bachusa raised. The issue of information communication technology for development was raised, and Reverend Maforo ended on that note of emphasizing appropriate technology. The technology has to serve our needs, and the needs have to be closer to our hearts, not far-fetched. There was also an issue of leveraging existing platforms, and these platforms are diverse, including media platforms, diverse media platforms, church platforms, platforms provided by the cultural institutions to relay information to the general public, to shape perceptions and all that. There was also an issue of producing what we don't consume and consuming what we don't produce. But that is directly linked to the export model of export-oriented mode of production, that it's like we were tuned, like you know how you tune a radio to a certain frequency. We were tuned by our colonizers, those that extract raw materials from us. So we are feeding their industries. And so the answer to consuming what we don't produce and producing what we don't consume is because of the export-oriented mode of production. The issue of prioritizing the rights holders. The rights holders are the small-scale producers because they're affected by the EU directives, emerging EU directives, but also beyond the EU directives that we talked about, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, the European Union Deforestation Regulation, the CRSD, among others, CBAM and the rest. There are so many others, those that even touch agrochemicals. But also an issue that was centered here was the issue of some of the agrochemicals that were banned in the EU are on our respective domestic markets. And I think part of the work that we need to do is also analyzing the agrochemical registers in the respective RECs, but also respective countries, to identify those agrochemicals that have been banned in the EU, but are still on our respective domestic markets. They are being traded, they are being used with various health implications. Some of them have been deemed carcinogenic, and experts can actually talk more about that. I'm not an expert in that field. But also, there was also, yes.
Thank you very much. The Republic of Kenya has done really, a tremendous work. I would appreciate if there is a word on this, because some products were identified already and even banned, but it's not harmonized yet across EAC. And we would like to take this from Kenya, and then we take it up to make sure it's disseminated to EAC countries.
Thank you so much, Honorable. And I know we will have a response from Mr. Daniel Wachira, who will be sharing some perspectives from government. So that will be responded to. There was also an issue of regional advocacy, building regional advocacy. And solidarity is also important. This advocacy is across the different stakeholder constituencies, private sector, civil society, governments at the respective RECs. There was also an issue of the regional value chains, which are important because every country is talking about their coffee. But how about if we speak in terms of ESC coffee, Africa's coffee? Although coffee has been identified as one of the strategic products under Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and the CFTA, but efforts around building regional value chains are yet to take really strong steps. So there is quite a lot that needs to be done in that regard. And I think that was it. If I've forgotten anything, I know the rapporteur captured, and all the issues will be highlighted in the report. But thank you so much. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Daniel Wachira, who will be giving us closing remarks, but also responding to some of the questions that are better to be responded to by government or a government representative. Thank you so much.
For your insight and good knowledge. You took some good note. By the way, you are operating like a machine. I don't know how you are able to note all these things, moderate, and do all those things concurrently. Thank you for your good job. I think I only had maybe to just say thank on behalf of the GOK, precisely being a technical person who have been invited. My colleague was engaged, my senior colleague was engaged in serious other business, but then we are called to the task. I'll first of all respond to Mheshimiwa Kwere on the issue about the burnt chemical. Kenya has one of the best SPS committee in Africa. I think it's one of the, in fact, not only in Africa, but one of the best SPS committee in the world. So we are able to track on anything concerning the phytosanitary activity. And we also well engaged in the EPING system. There's an international system for tracking the notification on sanitary issues, any notification done by any country. So we are able to track and take appropriate measures. Actually, the SPS issue are headed by an institution called the KEFIS. Those in plant health will tell us, they know that they kept the KEFIS. So they are the secretary for the SPS committee. The ministry, the State Department of Trade is the chair. So we are able to track on real time and we get the technical advice from them. Now back to another issue that was administered about the registration of farmers. I think it was mentioned from a periphery. Kenya did the farmer registration 2020, I think either last year, 2020, 2024, before the issue of subsidized fertilizer. And technically, nearly all the farmers, their geolocations are known, and their details captured at the KEMS. There's a system called KEMS currently, whereby all the details, including the issue of the voucher for fertilizer, is issued centrally. So that one, I think, has been captured. The only big animal I think you have to, I have been trying to contact my colleagues from Agriculture and Food Authority, where the coffee directorate is situated, is how much they have done on the small-scale farmers. And I'm made to understand they'll be rolling up some form of training, I think, in around 1 or 2 weeks, so that we see how we can be able to tackle the issue about market access. We are not taking the thing lying down. We are taking some precautionary. We are taking some actions. Then lastly, before I hand over the mic to the organizer, is to the organizer, the Econews and Siatini. You guys have done great job. In this forum, we have technically all the from policy people, technical people, the farmers, and everyone. You have done some great job. And to Mheshimiwa, you had an option, being Mheshimiwa, you had an option kuwa unazunguka, being kila kitu iko, going to the shopping. But because of their fidelity to your employer, to your constituent, and to your work, you have been around. And your organizer, you can be able to, technically, everyone has been around. Nobody has been moving around. Why? Not about what we are getting paid, not about anything, but because commitment to what we have done. And you also had an option of diverting the funding. You call some few people, or just do some monkey tricks and present the list to the donor. But you have opted to be faithful, done your work, and you have done it to the best. We shall carry what we have learned. There's something you normally learn, that no one have monopoly of knowledge. I was a student in this class. Being a trade officer doesn't mean that I know everything. I have learned. I've had different perspectives from different people. I have gotten a different picture, and I believe everyone has seen a different picture on what you have different. You might be having some different misconception on certain issue, and maybe you have gotten clarified. We have also networked. You have done a great job, and our take home is we shall carry. And please, in case you also organize such an event, get the same quality of participant. Then back to you.
All right. Oh, how about you have abandoned me? All right. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think this brings us to the end of this conversation, but this is not the end of the process. What we're going to do, we are going to develop policy briefs, because these things can be technical. What we're going to do, we're going to develop policy briefs on each of the EU directives, break it down, because that's what we do. How do we address information asymmetry? So we'll develop policy briefs, be able to break down each one of these proposals, each of these directives, and then share with you. But beyond that, because if you remember, we are supposed to develop some communication, because this is not, we don't want to engage in, what do I call it? Circular activism, yeah? So what we're going to do, sorry, apologies for that. All right, so what you're going to do is we're going to engage with the EU, the ambassador to the EU. They're having an engagement with the Minister of Finance today. So they're not able to make it to this meeting. But we've communicated with them and decided that once we've completed here, we'll sit down and develop a communique with Siatini, Uganda. And then out of this communique, we'll be able to take it to them, and maybe we can organize a meeting and have, Kenya Small Scale Farmers Forum, the local chapter of the East Africa Farmers Federation, as well as the biodiversity people, to just have a small meeting with the EU ambassador to be able to share some of these concerns and what is going to happen out of there. Because in the absence of engaging policymakers, it's like you're winking in the dark. You're winking at a girl in the dark. It's only you who knows that you're winking, but the recipient of that information is not doing anything. So anyway, so having said that, I think I would like to thank you, first of all, for responding to our call. And really thank, especially the guys who came from outside the country. You responded to our emails on a very last minute, including changes that were done at the very last minute. So we really appreciate you. And we'll keep in touch. At this point, I want to invite Madam Jen Nalunga to basically give closing remarks, and then we'll be able to proceed to that point. Thank you so much.
Okay, mine will be words of appreciation to thank all of you for being here and for sharing, because like our trade officer has said, we came here, we are learning, there is nobody who has who's a custodian of all this knowledge. So we have learned, and what we have learned is that this is a very, very critical issue. It has challenges, it's challenging, but it also has some advantages, so we need to look at that. And also that we need to engage further. We need to go back to our governments, to our communities, everyone, to SADC, to the Zimbabwe government, and all of us who are coming from our respective countries, to see how we can be able to engage. As Edgar has pointed out, we are going to share the statement and also the report, clear issues which have come up and proposals on the way forward. But we thank you so much for the active sharing and for being here. And I hope one of our proposed outcome is to come up with a platform. And I hope we can be able to continue sharing what's going on, what needs to be done, what we have done. And I think it's also important to continue to engage at the AU level. So we'll find out, Edgar can find out whom we can be able to engage at the AU level. Because what's coming out here is to have a common voice. No? A common voice is very important, and Honorable Tazana has raised that when you look at our engagement on the EPAs took how many years? 25? Yeah, 25 years of negotiations. But it was because we are speaking with one voice. We knew what we wanted, we knew what we didn't want, and we are able to bring on board government, private sector, small-scale producers, and all value chain actors. So we need to reach that level, and I know we can be able to do it. So thank you so much, and I wish all of us journey masses when we are going back. Thank you.
So that marks the end of this meeting. Herbert, do I hand?
I'd like to also join my executive director in thanking all of us who have been here, and thanking EcoNews, the EcoNews team for all the support. And we're in this together. We have shared objectives, shared goals, and we will continue to do all we do best, and that's trade and trade-related policy influencing and advocacy. And from Siatini, we have a modest facilitation. And my colleague, Comrade Eresi at the back, he has raised up her hand. She'll be providing each of us with a modest facilitation. And comrades, let's get home safe, because from this engagement, there's so much that we need to do together. So we need all of you in this struggle, and we're counting on all of you. Thank you.